Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, good morning. Let me introduce myself and also introduce my friends. My name is Andi Safira Atira. You can call me Vivi. I am alumni of SLB Entra Saujaya, also from Arohma Boarding School. And this is my friend, her name is Safa. And also I have another friends here. They will do hajjah perform for you. So the first session, I'm gonna recite the Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم.
Aku berlindung kepada Allah dari godaan syaitan. Aku berlindung kepada Allah dari godaan syaitan yang tertutup. Dengan menyebut nama Allah yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang. Wahai orang-orang yang beriman, apabila dikatakan kepadamu, berilah kelapangan di dalam majelis-majelis, maka lapangkanlah. Niscaya Allah akan memberi kelapangan untukmu. Dan apabila dikatakan, berdirilah kamu, maka berdirilah. Niscaya Allah akan mengangkat derajat orang-orang yang berilmu di antara dan orang-orang yang diberi ilmu beberapa derajat. Dan Allah Maha teliti apa yang kamu kerjakan. Maha benar Allah yang Maha Agung dengan segala firman-Nya. Syukran. Jazakallah khairan katsiran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik alaihi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi. Sallu ala نور الذي أرجى السماء فوز ما صلى عليه وسلم صلوا على نور الذي أرج السماء يا فوز ما صلى عليه وسلم نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى ملأ الأكوان ملأ الأكوان حبيبي محمد خير المرسلين نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى ملأ الأكوان ملأ الأكوان حبيبي محمد خير المرسلين الله الجلال شمس السماء الله الجلال شمس السماء يا نور العين يا نور العين حبيبي محمد خير المرسلين نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى نور المصطفى الأكوان الأكوان حبيبي محمد 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 خير المرسلين لا إله إلا الله 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 الحمد لله وشكر لله الحمد لله وشكر لله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله الحمد لله والشكر لله الحمد لله وشكر لله أسقى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله أسقى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله هذه المدينة فيها مدينة هذه المدينة فيها مدينة هو أبو ذر ياسين خير البرية هو أبو ذر ياسين خير البرية الحمد لله وشكر لله الحمد لله وشكر لله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله صلي وسلم على معلم صلي وسلم على معلم هو أبو ذر ياسين خير البرية هو أبو ذر ياسين خير البرية الحمد لله والشكر لله الحمد لله والشكر لله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله أزكى صلاتي وسلامي برسول الله اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله وصحبه.
All right, everyone. Thank you for your attention. That's our performance. We hope you enjoy it. So, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
for the beautiful performance. And ladies and gentlemen, let us inform you once again that these students are the students from the National Special School SLBN in Rasaujaya who are involved in a project titled Braille English School Dictionary with audio-based artificial intelligence for visually impaired primary school students in Indonesia, funded by the Hornbeat Trust in collaboration with the Master of Educational Technology Program FKIP, Universitas Tanjung Pura. I would like to invite you to give them round of applause once again. Thank you very much. And next, we will enjoy an opening dance titled Timang Bubu, beautifully performed by the students from the Performing Art Education Study Program of Universitas Tanjung Pura. Humans are closely connected to ancestral spirits that coexist with the living. And one expression of this relationship appears in the traditional game Timang Bubu, which involves the presence of these spirits. This performance is inspired by a coastal folk game from Sambas Regency. A bubu, originally a fish trap used by local communities, takes on a different function in this context, serving instead as a form of communal entertainment. In this dance, ladies and gentlemen, the performers display agility and skill through movements based on traditional Sambas Malay forms, namely Jepin Lembut and Radat Koko, which are further developed without losing their regional essence. Bubu diantar untuk ditimang, bujang gila silakan datang. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, the students of Performing Art Education Study Program, Universitas Tanjung Pura.
Ya lokar ya bamban tatap bambang silih bercari.
Thank you very much for the captivating performance. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, allow us to extend our welcome greetings to the Ecuador City. Pontianak is not only the capital of West Kalimantan, but also a place of rich cultural heritage and natural beauty. The city is known for its charming river views, diverse culinary delights, and the warm hospitality of its people. Now, saya akan membacakan sebuah pantun, mohon dibantu cakepnya, Ibu Bapak. Sungai Kapuas airnya bersih, naik rakit seorang brigadir. Kami ucapkan terima kasih buat hadirin yang telah hadir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let's take a moment to send a special thank you to our special guest who will be joining us this morning. Respectable Deans of FKIP Untan, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Yani, the Head of Study Programs at FKIP Untan, the Chairman of the Committee, Bapak Doni Pranata MPD, Honorable Keynote Speakers, Ibu Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi from Pahang, Malaysia. Stand up please, Ibu, and wave to our audience. Bapak Urai Salam PhD from Pontianak, Indonesia. Honorable lecturers, respectable guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor to have all of you here. Proudly hosted by Teacher Training and Education Faculty of Universitas Tanjung Pura Pontianak. Welcome to EDUCULTECH 2025, the first international conference on education, culture, and technology. Guided by the theme Strengthening Global Citizenship, Advancing Multiculturalism, and Addressing Access Inequalities in the 21st Centuries, today we gather to exchange ideas, innovations, and experience on how education, culture, and technology can unite to shape a better future. Without any further ado, let's continue with the next agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this conference by singing Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, you are pleased to have your seat. To begin this event with blessings, let us join in a prayer led by Bapak Deplo Supoyo, SPD MA. Kepada Bapak Deplo, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Marilah sejenak kita berdoa menurut agama masing-masing. Perkenankan saya memimpin doa ini secara Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi madidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lidzalali wajhikal karim wa azim sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma barik lana fi arzakina wa barik lana fi ma'isyatina wa barik lana fi buyutina wa barik lana fi amrina wa barik lana fi umurina. Allahumma inna nas'aluka khairul muladi wa khairul makhraj. Bismillahi walajna wa bismillahi karajna wa ala rabbina tawakkalna. Rabbana dunubana wa wasilana fi darina hadza. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa adatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabdal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut wa najatan minan nar wa afa indal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaytana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmatan innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, let us listen the committee chairman's report that will be delivered by Bapak Doni Pranata MPD. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Venerable, the Dean of the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Tanjung Pura, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Yani MPD, the Vice Deans, the Head of Department, the Coordination of Study Program. Our esteemed speaker, Mrs. Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi, from University Malaysia Pahang, Al Sultan Abdullah Malaysia, and Mr. Associate Professor Linsai M. Ozaraga from Maigul College of Education, Science and Technology from Philippines. Mr. Darmawan Shah, PhD from Providence University, Taiwan. Mrs. Carla Cristina Quiros from Angola, Africa. And Mr. Purai Salam M. Kol, PhD, Lecturer and Vice Deans of the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Tanjung Pura. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. My name is Doni Pranata, and it is my privilege to serve as the chairperson of the organizing committee for this year's International Conference on Education, Cultural, and Technology, held in collaboration with the Doctoral Program in Education Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Tanjung Pura. It is both an honor and responsibility that I carry with a great humility as I welcome you to this academic gathering. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our deepest respect and appreciation to all distinguished attendees who have joined us from various institutions and countries. Your participation reflects our shared commitment to advancing academic dialogue and fostering meaningful contribution of the field, education, culture, and technological development. This conference serves as a scholarly platform for researchers, educators, and practitioners to present their work, engage in critical discussion, and explore emerging interdisciplinary perspective. In an era of rapid global change, the integration of education, culture understanding, and technological innovation plays a crucial role in shaping future generations. We hope that the knowledge and insight shared throughout this event will enrich academic resources and strengthen international collaboration. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing team, academic partners, and supporting institutions for their dedication and hard work. Their unwavering commitment has been central to the successful preparation of this conference. Finally, I hope this conference will inspire insightful discussion, foster collaboration, and generate innovative ideas that will contribute to the advancement of our academic communities. Thanks for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Doni, for your dedication and hard work in organizing this meaningful event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Dean of FKIP Universitas Tanjung Pura, Bapak Dr. Haji Ahmad Yani, to deliver his opening remarks and officially declare the conference open. Bapak, silakan, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, kita panjatkan puji syukur Allah SWT yang mana pada pagi hari ini kita masih diberi nikmat umur, nikmat sehat, dan masih banyak lagi nikmat-nikmat yang kita sendiri tidak mampu untuk menghitungnya. Salawat dan salam semoga tercurah Nabi Muhammad SAW, para keluarga, para sahabat, pengikutnya pada akhir zaman. Yang kita hormati Pak Wakil Dekan, yang saya hormati para ketua jurusan, yang saya hormati koordinator program studi S1, D3, S1, S2, dan S3. Yang saya muliakan para narasumber yang narasumber internasional antara lain yang Ibu Dr. Wan Dirmani Fauzi dari Malaysia, terima kasih. Kemudian Dr. Isai N. Oragaraga dari Filipina. Kemudian Bapak Darman Syah SD dari Taiwan. Kemudian Ibu Carla Christina Corgeres SD dari Angola, Afrika. Yang terakhir Bapak Dr. Salam dari Indonesia. Terima kasih semuanya sudah hadir. Kemudian yang saya hormati pada peserta seminar internasional, di ruangan ini dilarang menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, kecuali Pak Dekan saja. Karena seminar internasional. Pertama-tama, saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan seminar internasional ini, ya, yang ramai dikunjungi oleh peserta di berbagai program studi. Ada yang 8 program studi kalau tidak salah ya, yang ada di PIP. Pertama-tama, saya menyampaikan salam dari Pak Rektor, sepertinya yang beliau yang membuka, karena beliau tidak pada di tempat, kesibukan beliau karena FKIP, karena UNTAD itu akan menjadi tuan rumah untuk rektor Indonesia. Pada kesempatan ini yang penuh kebanggaan ini, saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada semua pihak yang telah berperan penting dalam penyelenggaraan konferensi ini, terutama kepada para pembicara dan ahli yang telah meluangkan waktu dan ilmu mereka untuk berbagi wawasan yang amat berharga bagi kita semua. Tidak lupa apresiasi kami kepada para peserta dari berbagai penjuru dunia yang telah hadir, yang partisipasi aktif dan memberikan kontribusi penting dalam keramaian ini. Saya lupa dengan pantunnya ya. Ini, oh nak pantun nak sedap. Ya, ini pantunnya ini untuk peserta. Mohon dijawab dengan lawal. Matahari bersinar di atas awan. Banyak orang duduk di atas tikar. Sungguh elok para anggota seminar. Kulitnya putih, senyumnya menawan. Ya. Ini peserta seminar ini mau seminar kah atau mau foto-foto gitu kan? Ini saya lihat. Ini yang kedua, ini para untuk mahasiswi, bukan untuk yang mahasiswa. Ya. Bukit Kelam berada di puncak Kepuas. Terlihat dari Sungai Malawi. Rindu dan dalam hati belum terbalas. Sebelum bertemu si jantung hati. Ya. Beda waktu kuliah itu beda dengan waktu seminar ini tampilannya agak beda. Ini pantun yang ketiga, kalau ini kata sambutan diteruskan. Jarum hilang di tengah jerami, kain kebaya di dalam peti. Selamat datang di tempat kami, semoga bahagia melekat di hati untuk Ibu Doktor. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, perlu saya sampaikan bahwa FKIP sekarang ini telah memiliki 30 prodi yang insya Allah akan tambah lagi 1 prodi pendidikan IPA. Karena pendidikan IPA itu di Indonesia itu belum di Kalimantan Barat itu belum ada. Insya Allah tahun 2026 kita akan buka. FKIP penerimaan mahasiswa baru tahun 2025 ini itu sebanyak 7.752 orang. Ini wajar kalau dekan itu pergi pagi jam 7 pulang jam 5 sore. Selama 7 hari. Wajar. D3, S1, dan S2 dan S3 itu berjumlah 1.800, sisanya itu mahasiswa PPG. Oleh karena itu harap maklum Bapak Ibu, kalau PPG datang semua ke FKIP itu tempat parkir itu tak ada. Nah ini perlu diperhitungkan. Ini ada dosen kadang-kadang WA kepada Pak Dekan, betul mahasiswa ini simpang siur. Jangan lapor sama Dekan. Karena ini mahasiswa kita semua. Ini kita tertibkan semuanya. Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, tema konferensi tahun ini yaitu pendidikan, budaya, dan teknologi. Ini betul-betul tema yang sangat luas dan sangat inovatif. Pendidikan kita tahu, kemudian budaya kita tahu, kemudian teknologi kita pun tahu. Ya, Bapak Ibu jangan lupa, walaupun Bapak Ibu sekolah tinggi, tapi kalau teknologi tidak paham, termasuk ketinggalan zaman. Apa maksudnya nih budaya? Budaya itu berkaitan dengan nilai, dengan moral, dengan dogma, dan keyakinan. Kenapa keyakinan dimasukkan? Karena profil pelajar Pancasila, Bapak Ibu, profil pelajar Pancasila itu yang tema pokok pertama beriman dan bertakwa. Apa maknanya beriman? Ada ingat nggak? Beriman itu ciri-cirinya orang menolong orang lain. Jadi kalau kita lihat ada di FKIP ini, ada dosen, ada mahasiswa yang hanya mementingkan diri sendiri. Mementingkan diri sendiri. Kadang-kadang sedih. Datang hanya perlu absen, tetap pulang. Kemudian mahasiswa juga begitu. Tak peduli dengan sampah. Padahal inilah tempat pendidikan yang terbaik untuk menempa dirinya agar menjadi seorang guru yang profesional. Naik sedikit ilmunya itu, imannya bertambah. Dia bukan mementingkan diri sendiri, tapi mementingkan keluarganya. Tambah lagi imannya itu, mementingkan golongan dan sukunya masing-masing. Makin tinggi ilmunya itu, imannya dan takwanya mungkin nampak. Dia di FKIP ini kepentingan nasional atau nilai-nilai Pancasila. Luhur. Dia betul-betul berjuang memajukan FKIP ini dengan ridho mendapatkan ridho Allah SWT. Dan termasuk juga mahasiswa. S1, S2, dan S3 itu, kalau kalian hanya kuliah hanya mendapatkan gelar, ilmunya hilang. Ilmunya hilang. Nggak nampak. Tidak ada perbedaannya. Karena tadi ayat Quran yang dibacakan itu, Allah mengangkat derajat beberapa derajat orang yang berilmu. Bukan orang yang bergelar itu. Jadi tema yang kita pakai hari ini betul, pendidikan, budaya, dan teknologi itu dipadukan satu-satu. Semakin tinggi ilmunya itu semakin baik dengan orang lain. Bukan semakin tak baik. Makin baik, apa itu baik? Baik itu benar dan sopan. Bagi tinggi Profesor memberi contoh yang terbaik kepada dosen-dosen junior. Dosen junior memberi contoh terbaik kepada para mahasiswa. Mahasiswa S2 memberi contoh yang terbaik kepada mahasiswa S1 dan seterusnya begitu dan ya. Terutama saya minta dalam ruangan ini karena sebagian besar itu mahasiswa, tertibkanlah dirimu kalau ke FKIP itu jangan sekali-kali bawa sampah. Jangan sekali-kali buang sampah di FKIP walaupun di tong sampah. Ya. Betul tak? Kalau tong sampah depan pintu itu untuk anak TK itu untuk anak SD. Betul tak? Sekali lagi saya ingatkan jangan ada mahasiswa S2 itu dengan bawa makan banyak ke kampus tapi sampahnya dibuang di kampus. Ini mahasiswa S2 ini. Termasuk juga mahasiswa S1. Kemudian saya berharap setelah seminar internasional ini harus ada bukti nyata pada mahasiswa ini. Mampu menulis paling tidak di jurnal-jurnal yang telah ditentukan. Minimal mahasiswa S1 itu cinta 4. Mahasiswa S2 cinta 3. Jangan nak ngeluh-ngeluh lagi. Padekan boleh nak pakai santi? Santi pula. Jurnal tak pakai cinta? Tak boleh lah. Kalian itu kan harus dididik, harus pegang teguh. Ya, cinta 4, cinta 3, dan cinta 2 untuk mahasiswa S3. Kalau yang lebih silakan. Saya tidak menuntut banyak pada Bapak Ibu, tetapi itu harus dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa. Selesai ini, proposal selesai, seminar jangan lama-lama. Apa artinya kalau mahasiswa S2 ini saya ingatkan lagi, saya sedih, Bapak terus terang aja. Mahasiswa S2 kuliah sampai 3 tahun, itu nanti adiknya lagi masuk FKIP ini. Tengok abang kau kuliah sampai 4 tahun itu. Adik tak masuk, jarak dia masuk FKIP ini. Betul tak? Betul tak? Betul. Selesaikanlah 4 semester. Semester 2 ini sudah selesai. Satu selesai proposal, kedua seminar, ketiga ujian ujian kelayakan dan sampai seterusnya. Kalau kalian pintar, buktinya mahasiswa berkualitas itu ada 4 macam. IP-nya tinggi, cepat selesai, banyak karya ilmiah, dapat piagam juga banyak. Termasuk piagam tari tambang misalnya. Iya, itu piagam. Jadi kalau IP-nya tinggi, lama kuliah, artinya apa? Cerdas, tapi malas. Ada orang bodoh, IP-nya rendah. IP-nya rendah, tapi lama selesai. Wah, tidak dua pada dia. Udah agak kurang, malas lagi. Allah, kalau jadi suami itu penting kepala kita mikirnya. Iya, apa lakiku kayak gini. Dia kurang-kurang, orang belum ketawa. Dia belum ketawa juga. Selesai orang ketawa, mau dia ketawa. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu yang bahagia, sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan dengan ada seminar ini, transfer ilmu masuk kepada kita semuanya. Ini kalau Bapak Ibu hadir di sini, namanya hidayah taufik. Kita menjemput ilmu. Kalau dari Malaysia, Pak Dr. Jadi Pak Ibu Dr. Wan Jumadi itu, dia tinggi ilmunya itu namanya hidayah tasabat. Dan menyebarkan ilmu kepada siapa dari Malaysia ke sini. Itu bagus. Ya. Maaf. Kita berharap juga begitu. Oleh karena itu, selesai hari ini semangat. Tapi yakin saya ini, saya seminar ini pergi ke mall semua nih. Nah, nengok wajah yang ketawa-ketawa itu kan. Mumpung jauh dari istri, mumpung jauh dari suami, udah pergi ke mall lah. Itu tugas UTS, UAS itu boleh-boleh sibuk saya Pak. Dia bilang, ya Allah, ya Rabbi ya. Saya kenal semua lah nih ya. Itu. Jadi sekali lagi saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Ketua Panitia Pak Doni dan kawan-kawan, kepada Pak Wakil Dekan, kepada para sumber. Mudah-mudahan Allah SWT membalas kebaikan Bapak Ibu semuanya yang ada di sini. Itu saja yang dapat saya sampaikan. Saya menutupkan dengan beberapa pantun. mengambil air dengan ember. Betul ya? Betul ya? Jatuh sendok di samping mangga. Selamat datang Bapak Ibu narasumber. Semoga bahagia sepanjang masa. Akhir kata, pulau muda, pulau bertuah. Dusunnya elok berpohon rimbun. Kalau ada kata saya yang salah, mohon dimaaf dan diberi ampun. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Bapak Dekan, kami minta tolong sekalian dibuka secara resmi untuk konferensinya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. acara seminar The Best International Conference Education Culture and Technology secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a photo session with our distinguished guests and also the participants. Please prepare yourself for the camera and smile for the camera. I would like to invite the honorable guest to come to the stage for the photo session. To Bapak Dekan, also to Wakil Dekan and also Ibu narasumber. Please come to the stage for the photo session, Bapak dan Ibu. And also Bapak Ketua Panitia, please invite the VIP for the photo session. Bapak, silakan naik ke panggung untuk foto. Oh udah nanti, ini dulu. Nah, fotonya dua arah ya. Jadi ini sebagai latar, baru nanti ke arah. Ini oke. Sini Pak, sini Pak. Ini. Silakan Bapak. Silakan kepada para ketua prodi. Silakan Bapak Guru Besar, Bapak Profesor. Oh, betul. Oke, once more sekali lagi, jangan duduk dulu Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu karena kita mau foto dengan para peserta. Nah, jadi mungkin agak turun ke sini kali ya. Nah, turun satu. Jangan duduk dulu ya, biar nampak. Karena mau difoto. Oh iya benar juga ya. Oh boleh juga langsung di kursi. Untuk Bapak Ibu Kaprodi mungkin boleh ikut berdiri di depan sini. Bapak Ibu Kaprodi ini Mas ikut foto. Ayo Ibu Kaprodi. Mana Pak Ibu Kaprodi yang menyepret? Ibu masuk sini Bu. Ibu Kaprodi, Bapak Kaprodi di depan ya. Oke, yuk silakan Bapak Ibu Kaprodi please. Di depan dong Pak. Pak Tommy, depan Pak. Baik, ayo senyum semuanya. Pak Tommy, Pak Andang, jangan sampai saya tarik ya. Ayo turun sedikit please. Ibu Bapak diminta berdiri oleh fotografer yuk biar terlihat. Betul. Oke, yuk. Bapak, boleh pindah ke atas Ibu, Bapak Hadi dan Ibu. Yuk, yang mau nitip kamera? Yang mau nitip kamera kan? Senyum semuanya. Oke. Bebas jempol ya. Thank you very much, tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. Thank you and please be seated again. Before we proceed to the seminar session, let's take a short break and enjoy the refreshment prepared by the committee. Kami menyediakan 5 menit untuk mengambil air minum kopi yang sudah disediakan panitia di luar ruangan. Ambil kemudian langsung masuk ya Ibu Bapak. Thank you. Yang mau aja, kalau tidak mau boleh stay di tempat. hadirin yang kami hormati, ibu bapak yang terhormat, yang masih berada di luar ruangan dimohon untuk segera kembali ke venue karena kita akan segera memulai plenary session yang pertama. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the venue. We believe that you are now ready to engage with the insightful presentations prepared for session 1. This session will be moderated by Ibu Umi Wisudawati MPD, who completed her master's degree at FKIP Universitas Tanjung Pura and has extensive experience as an English educator. Her expertise will help facilitate a constructive and enriching discussion with our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Ibu Umi Wisudawati.
Good morning, honorable speakers and dear participants. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Umi Wisudawati. It is an honor and privilege for me to be the moderator for the first sessions today. For the first sessions today, we are going to have two main speakers, that is from Malaysia and from Indonesia. For the first speaker, please welcome Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi. Please give big applause for Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi. Yes, welcome Dr. Jumani Fauzi in Indonesia. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our first main speaker. Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi is currently serving as HRDF trainer and as a lecturer in departments of English language at University Malaysia Pahang. Dr. Wan Jumani brings extensive experience to our conference today. She has been an active speaker at numerous international conferences and training sessions and sharing her expertise with audiences across the regions. Her impressive portfolios includes a substantial body of research in the field of education, contributing significantly to our outstanding of language educations and pedagogical practices. Without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi. Please, the floor is yours now.
All right. Thank you so much. Are we showing the slides? So, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today for the first ever EDUCULTECH 2025. Okay, I feel very honored to be here on this auspicious day for this auspicious event. Okay, as an educator myself, now in the age of AI, I worry. Okay, will my students learn if I use AI? Okay, so hence my topic for today, you can look at my slide. Will AI make students stupid? Okay, I know the word is a bit harsh, but you know, I put it there for the shock factor. All right, and rethinking what real learning looks like in the age of machines. Okay, so before my name is Jumani. I think all of you know already. I am from the Center for Modern Languages, University Malaysia Pahang, Sultan Abdullah. We are basically an engineering university and I teach engineering degree students. I also have master's students okay, for Masters in Technology Integrated Language Studies. And we also have Masters by Research and PhD by Research, but we don't have any bachelor degree students. Yeah. Okay. So before I move on, I want to ask you this question. You can scan, interact with my slides. Okay. Do you believe that AI is making students lazy? Okay. Menjadi malas and over dependent. Okay. Ini so you have the options of yes, betul, no, you tak percaya, okay, that the students will be lazy or over dependent, or you say I'm not sure, or you say oh depends on the task. Okay, so using AI, okay, will make them over dependent. It's just like apa? Ibarat kami guna apa? What do you call handphone? HP, HP. HP, yeah. And then you drive and then kereta you mati di tengah hutan ke, and then baterinya mati, kereta pun mati, HP-nya mati, satu nombor pun kita tak ingat. Why? Sebab we rely on the handphone to remember the numbers. So that is what I'm asking here. Are we asking the students to be lazy and dependent? Okay. So after you answer this, we can move on to the next slide. Next. Yeah. So this is the title question. Will AI make students stupid? Okay. So I think this question is our core main concern as educators. Kita semua pengajar kan? Right? And I teach English, and if they are copying and pasting, from Chat GPT, and then bila masa dia akan learn the language, right? Okay, so I know this sounds harsh, but this is, I think, the reason why so many people, so many educators are resisting teaching students to use AI. Okay, so I mean, it is common, right? You bagi tugasan sama students hantar itu tugasan, and then you baca, you kata ni macam Chat GPT ni. Okay, and then yang ni sama, jawapannya semua macam lebih kurang, right? Okay, so and then mulalah you rasa macam frust dengan the students, rasa macam, oh, why did I? You know what they're doing with the knowledge I'm teaching them, right? Okay, but wait, is this something new? Is it something new? In those days, before ChatGPT, they were using Google Translate. They were downloading PDFs from the internet and then putting their names, just replacing their names. They were using their senior punya assessments or assignments, right? So is this something new? Wasn't that also artificial help? Okay, so that they are not using AI, actual intelligence, but they are they're not using their brain. Okay, so but what I'm trying to say is that not all students, bukan semua students yang buat benda yang kita rasa students akan buat tu. Okay, only nilai setitik. Tapi this nilai setitik ni, we punish all the other students by not teaching them a skill set that is needed in the future for their jobs, because industry embrace AI, okay, because it makes things easier and it gives them productivity. Okay, it was done to assist them in being more productive. So are we the stupid one that is going against a change that is inevitable? AI is the present, AI is the future, right? So can we move to the next slide? So what exactly is AI? Next. Okay, so AI stands for Artificial Intelligence, kecerdasan buatan. Apa yang buat tu? Okay, machine systems mimicking aspects of kecerdasan manusia. Okay, human. All right. So I remember when Apple first introduced Siri. Siapa pengguna iPhone kat sini? Okay, Siri, do this, Siri, do that. I remember my children were like, Siri, tell me a joke. Siri, tell me a bedtime story. Siri, how are you? You know, so Siri zaman dulu dengan Siri zaman sekarang jauh beza, ya. Okay, so, but the point I want to make now here is, how do we teach students to use their actual intelligence to harness, next slide, to harness artificial intelligence, and how do we as educators, right, use or harness artificial intelligence to grow actual intelligence? Okay, next. So why the resistance or why the fear? Apa yang kita panik-panik sangat ni? Okay, kenapa kita tak nak ajar kepada students AI? Kenapa kita sendiri tak nak guna AI, for example? Okay, so we've seen it. Okay, as I mentioned before, students they just generate the essay. Ada ke yang buat dalam ni? Ada tak? Okay, generate essay, you know, and then dia just copy and paste, and then dia tak fikir janji kita hantar assignment. Okay, dah lah kita deadline macam-macam under pressure, right? Okay, so but I want to share a real experience. Okay, so in one of our courses, English for Technical Com, we teach the students to write recommendation report. Okay, and part of the module, we give them a sample report. Okay, sample report. And then students biasanya kita cakap ni sample, so you can see template. Kalau what is it, memorandum punya template ada dalam ni. This is what it looks like. This is the structure. You must have how many parts. We give them the sample. And what happens when we give them an assignment? They take the sample, they tukar tarikh, tukar the kepada, tukar the daripada, tukar the subject, okay, tukar some of the context, but they don't change the methods. Okay, in our paper or the sample is how we choose two printing press. Okay, so part of the selection, how we make the selection is we went to the factory and kita observe how the printing press is used. But let's say they want to recommend the purchase of a car or a laptop. Pun dia pergi visit factory to observe how the laptop is used. I was like, gunalah your otak. Okay, use your brain. Why are you using this method as a way to decide, you know, which product you want to recommend? Okay, so they copy without thinking, and that's not even AI fault. Okay, that is actual intelligence fault, the human intelligence. They're not using their brains as they should. Okay, they do work last minute just to get it done. So now what I've done is I've made that moment teachable. So when they send me their report that follows the sample that we give them, we go through one by one and see, okay, is this correct? You know, are you using the right methods? Okay, so I don't want to shame them, but I just show them that, you know, when you replicate without understanding, okay, you are not using your mind, okay, your brain. And that is what we are really afraid of. Okay, itu yang kita takut sebenarnya, that we are raising a generation of copycats, a generation of replicators, and not critical thinkers. Okay, replicating is not understanding. Are we raising a generation of robots? Okay, because robots are easily manipulated. Okay, we can always reprogram them to teach them what we want them to do. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so how is this different from open book test and versus ChatGPT? We have to change our perspective. Remember when we first introduced open book test, okay? Weren't we afraid that oh, nanti student tirulah jawapan daripada buku? Okay, but we had to change the questions so that we are not asking the students to give us text that they can memorize, definition, jargons, right? Okay, and we change the questions so that students can apply the theories. Students can synthesize, can analyze, all right? So they are not doing questions that, you know, that can be obtained directly from the book, okay? So actually, we are more afraid of open book tests than we are of, normal tests. Because biasanya open book test lagi susah. Okay? Lagi susah. Lagi takut sebenarnya open book test daripada test biasa. Okay? So the same has to happen now with AI. If ChatGPT can answer your question, you have to question yourself. Are your questions good enough in the first place? Okay? So this isn't about banning the tools, it's about redesigning learning. Okay? It's about how we adapted to open book tests. Now we must adapt to AI. Okay? So the real test now is, next slide. Okay, can students use AI to think deeper, to be more critical, not to shortcut faster? Okay, next. So let's go back to the key issue. Okay, how can we teach students to use their actual intelligence to harness artificial intelligence? And how can we as educators harness that artificial intelligence to grow the students' actual intelligence so that it becomes a win-win for us all? Okay, so here's another question. How are you using AI now? Okay, are you using AI for marking? Are you using AI for assessment creation, lesson development, lesson planning? Okay, are you using AI to create rubrics? Okay, so, or you're not really using, or you're using in other ways. Okay, I know like Ibu Beni and Pak Salam here, they are using AI to create something, for the students using, to teach them to read using Braille. Okay, so next. Because AI can do so many things. Okay, I've used AI for marking. I've used AI for drafting rubrics to give me formative feedback. Okay, I use it as my second brain actually. Okay, yeah, because sometimes you want to ask your friend is busy, and you have this AI. You tanya lah soalan, you rasa macam bodoh pun dia boleh jawab. Tapi it doesn't mean that their answers are correct. Okay, because AI can make mistake. Okay, we once had a team building last time, and the trainers use AI to come up with the problem, and the answer that we gave was not the same as what they had. Kita buat manual, kita guna calculator, kita guna Excel file. The jawapan semua salah. Kita bila pergi kat trainer tu, dia kata, oh sekejap, kita check balik. Rupa-rupanya dia guna AI, dia tak double check dia punya jawapan. So dia cakap kita yang salah. Sebenarnya AI bagi jawapan salah. So AI is not perfect. AI can hallucinate. Okay? Alright, so next. Okay, so basically I have used AI, for example, to teach teachers. Okay, are your assessment actually testing deep learners or surface learners? You can actually use solo taxonomy. All right, and you can ask AI to come up with different levels of questions using solo taxonomy levels. All right, next. Okay, we can also make learning fun. Okay, we can use AI, for example. This is a game, Spot It or Double, that my family likes to play. Okay, memang very competitive. Okay, jerit-jerit, marah adik, marah kakak, Okay, fighting over the cards. Okay, so we can, but the Spot It game is, while it's thematized, maybe it is not what the teachers need, because like you want to use language at the restaurant, or you want to use language all the vegetables or whatever you want to teach the students, right? So you can, for this one, kita buat tema Merdeka. Kita guna Canva and kita guna custom GPT. All right? And we can use it for any language and any subject actually. All right, so next. Okay, so what does this mean for teachers to harness AI to grow actual intelligence? Okay, it means that it starts by using AI not for automation, but for augmentation, to make learning or to make the lesson design sharper, to give the feedback faster, and to think deeper. And when teachers use AI to scaffold higher order thinking, they are not outsourcing learning, but they are upgrading it. Okay? So teachers who embrace AI, not as a shortcut, but as a thinking partner, are creating new spaces for metacognition, creativity, and rigor, and showing students what it means to lead, not follow technology. Okay, this one, what is your favorite activity? Okay, basically, imagine if you have a favorite activity and you ask your students to feed it into AI, what kind of answers do you think AI will give? Right? So, um, normally, when you get the answers from the students, right? How do you yourself evaluate whether that this is jawapan AI? You tahu kan? Jawapan ni AI yang bagi. Betul tak? Ya, you tahu. Why? Macam mana you boleh detect yang this answer is AI generated? Contoh, dia lebih kurang je. Is written in different ways maybe, but the theme is the same. Alright? So, kalau student suka sangat guna AI, bagilah guna AI. Use the AI. Okay? How you can make them think is by, for example, okay, use 2-3 AIs for your task, and then I want you to analyze the answers that AI gave. Are the answers fulfilling the task that we gave them? Okay? Are they achieving the goals that we set? Okay? Is this answer too generic? Normally AI dia tak bagi specific details. The answers are very generic. Okay? So imagine, yeah, if I am your teacher, you're all my students, and I ask you, how do you perceive me as your teacher? Bayangkan students masukkan jawapan tu dalam AI. Okay? Satu je jawapan dia. Okay, maybe written in different ways. Because every student who interact with me should have a different experience that AI do not have. Okay, or AI does not have that experience, so that their answer should be in the context of, you know, their experience with me. Okay, so their answer should be unique, personal, and personal. Okay, so if they like to use AI so much, you ask them to analyze multiple AI generated responses and reflect which one is the strongest, which one is the most accurate. Okay? So that learning with AI means that students are not just completing tasks, they are becoming creators, curators, and most importantly, critics of knowledge. You brain, have critical thinking skills. Okay, not just blindly copying, okay, from their previous friends' assignment, from, you know, Google Translate, or from now AI. Okay, so don't ask. Okay, here our challenge is, don't ask if AI can do the task. Ask if the task demands something only a human can answer. Okay, all right. So next. Oh, I forgot about my slides. Okay, so this brings us back to my first question just now, the title question. Okay, will AI make students stupid? The answer is yes. Yes, if they continue to use it mindlessly. Kalau mereka tak berfikir bila mengguna, tak kritis ya, kritis. Alright, then yes, it will make them stupid, just like us and our phones and not remembering our phone numbers. Okay, we are relying so much that we are not using our brain anymore, and our brain is something that the more we use, the more powerful it is. All right, so here's the real opportunity. Okay, if we rise to the challenge and teach students to use AI to expand and not replace their minds, okay, then we've done more than adapt. we have redefined what real learning looks like in the age of machine. Okay, and this isn't about blocking technology. It is about designing above it, thinking beyond it, and guiding students through it. So if we do that, we haven't just kept up, we have led the way. All right, we are the trailblazers. So let us, all the participants here, okay, of the first EDUCULTECH Conference 2025, be the pioneer to embrace AI and use it to open up future minds to make them more critically conscious. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much for Dr. Wan Jumani Fauzi for the great presentations about AI. Yeah, actually, that is our phenomenon right now, right, my doctor? That AI development, we cannot just stop it, right? And I'm pretty sure because all of you are educators, right? So the problem is how we keep that authenticity of the students, right? Okay. So based on the presentation, so we can conclude that the use of AI actually is very good if it is used correctly. That's correct. If we want to make the students think critically, of course, we have to teach them first how to use it. And we guide them correctly what are the things that you have to put on your task, especially ma'am. And AI actually is gonna be very good if you students use AI to think deeper, and it will be good as for the educators to use AI to help us in teaching, like making quizzes and lesson plans and make interactive classes. Yeah. So now we're going to the Q&A sessions, doctor. So is there any questions from the participants? You can ask for the clarify informations from Dr. Jumani Fauzi. And you can use Bahasa Indonesia and Malay, I mean, yeah. Or you can mix for Indonesian, English, or Malay. Yeah. Please, the participant, if there are any questions, you can raise your hands. Yeah, great. We have 3 here, please. We start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So from which one, doctor?
Put up your hand first so we go.
Yeah. Please, Miss.
Basis data. Nah, dari data yang dikumpulkan, kemudian dianalisis,
My name
dan
is
dari data
Veronica Snarek from Magister of Technological Education Technological. Okay, I have one question. The question is, in your opinion, what competencies should students develop to stay intellectually? Huh? Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Veronica Sunarti. I have one question. The question is, in your opinion, what competencies should students develop to stay intellectually independent in the age of EA? Thank you so much.
All right. Atika, right? That's your name, Atika? Did I hear correctly?
My name is Veronica.
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 That's
Vero,
Buka hati dia, telinga
VERNICA.
ni, dia dengar apa dia nak dengar. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Veronica, thank you for your question. So basically, you want to know what kind of competence that students need. Okay, I think the most important is they have to be critical thinkers. Okay, you can be creative, you can be smart, you can be but it's really important to know how to tell right from wrong, fake from real. All right, because sometimes, you know, you have this, you know, sometimes somebody just make a statement on SOCMED, right? And then without investigating, you are already melenting, you know, cepatnya marah, you know, cepatnya to make a judgment when you need to actually hear two sides of the story. There is a, you know, two sides of every coin. There is, yeah, so you cannot just like immediately accept that one truth is the truth. All right. So for me, I think the ability to discern or to stop and think first, to pause, and then decide, okay, what am I reading here or what am I listening here? Is this the true story, you know? So I think it's best that they are able to be critical and then not just look at things from one angle and look at things from many angles. Okay, sometimes, you know, you can train your children without the use of AI. You can just ask your children, you know, mommy more fierce or daddy more fierce? You know, or which one is nicer? Why do you like vanilla ice cream more than strawberry ice cream? Because it gets them to think. Okay, so my son, I asked my son that question, who is more fierce, okay? Mommy or daddy? My son was like, lama tau dia fikir. Okay, he really put thought into the answer. Mommy is fierce, but mommy fierce sekejap. Daddy is fierce, tapi daddy punya yeah. All right, so start them young. And I am very happy to say, Alhamdulillah, all my children are very critical. Okay, and they are all in debate as well. Okay, so debating even make them like think on their feet and all that. So I think, yeah, critical thinking is one of the most important competence that you need. Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Okay, enough. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other question? All right, yeah, we have a gentleman on the side there, and then two at the back just now, and then one at the back also. Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin Dr. Puan Yumani.
Yes.
Saya nak cakap pakai bahasa Melayu je.
Cakaplah. Okay, boleh.
Tak apa. Sebab sebelah sana dah pakai cakap Inggeris, saya bahasa
Okay.
Melayu lah.
Boleh.
Nama saya Al Mustahar.
Okay.
I am a senior high school headmaster.
Okay.
Tapi dari kampung, bukan dekat bandar sini.
Okay.
Jadi I have make a conclusion about what you say. First, a student must use AI as a thinking partner. Jadi student itu atau siswa mestilah menggunakan AI sebagai teman untuk berfikir, bukan sebagai rujukan utama.
Ya.
Tapi kalau kita melihat fenomena atau kejadian yang berlaku sekarang, di mana mungkin kita harus jujur lah nak mengakui bahawa kualiti dari guru atau teacher mungkin banyak hal yang mesti dibenahi. Untuk itu saya punya idea, bisakah kita mengganti peran guru di kelas dengan lebih mengutamakan atau meningkatkan peran daripada AI tadi. Jadi guru boleh concern pada pembinaan karakter sahaja. Pembinaan karakter, moral, sikap, kita serahkan tetap pada guru. Tapi untuk meningkatkan atau menaikkan taraf daripada kompetensi, pengetahuan, kita boleh serahkan kepada AI. Itu I want to hear about what you say about this. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right. Okay, let me try to understand the question. So basically, you merumuskan what I said earlier in my talk, and based on your own experience, you feel that Pak rasa yang okay, para guru should leave like the content, the hard skills to AI, and they themselves focus on the soft skills. Okay, meaning building the character of the students. Betul kah? Betul. Okay, for me, teachers cannot be replaced. Okay, I believe that teachers bring the human touch. Okay, because sometimes students ni dia macam-macam level, macam-macam what do you call it? Mixed abilities. You know, they have mixed abilities. So, and they bring with them different levels of knowledge. Okay, you be surprised, you know, even if this student dia tak pandai, tapi bila cakap pasal apa tu, memancing, okay, that is their hobby. They are like the guru of memancing. They can tell you what umpan to use, how to use, and all that. So different students, they have different abilities. And where am I going with this? Okay, I ni pun suka deviate juga ni. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that teachers bring the human touch. Okay, what I'm saying is that sometimes teachers kan, dia kena buat lesson plan lah, dia kena buat macam-macam kan. AI can quicken the process. Okay, you just tell AI what you want, and AI can, instead of you buat satu lesson plan 3 jam, 3 saat dah ada satu lesson plan because you guna AI. Okay, tekan je enter, you tell je AI what you want. In 3 seconds, AI gives you. So it frees your time as a teacher, all right, to focus on other things. And in fact, you can also use AI to develop activities to build characters, to build, meaning AI, I want my students to learn this value, okay? And you just tell them, okay, it's a 20-minute class, or I only have 20 minutes for this activity. I want it to be group work. You feed the AI what you want. AI just helps you think. It doesn't mean that you kena terima bulat-bulat apa yang AI bagi, but you can argue balik dengan AI, oh tak nak macam ni, I nak macam ni. That's what I mean when I say you can use AI as a sparring partner, as a friend. In fact, one ustaz told me, dia kata, tak tahulah Puan, AI sekarang ni ada orang tu dia cakap, baiklah aku kahwin AI. Okay? Dia kata, you know, aku boleh discuss macam-macam dengan AI. Tanya je apa soalan, AI jawab, you know. Tetapi it feels that, you know, because AI is, you know, mimicking human intelligence, right? And even the EQ, not just the IQ. So, and then AI ni, dia tak pernah bagi you, stupidnya soalan you, macam tu. Oh, very good question. Oh, you are good. You put in anything in AI, AI will always start with good. Okay? And actually people react better to positive reinforcement than negative reinforcement. Okay, so there are studies done where, you know, when you tell them, macam anak kita belajar ABC, A, B, C, D, Allah pandainya, bagusnya. Kita tak ada pun marah anak kita sebutan dia tak betul ke, baca tu tak betul ke, nyanyi tu tak betul. Kita tell them, you're very good. And sooner or later, they develop the skills to sing ABC properly. You know, but if you tell them, salah, asyik tahan dia orang, you know, tahan, lama-lama dia orang takut nak nyanyi, takut to sing that ABC. So the human touch is very good. And one thing about AI that, you know, I say that teachers cannot be replaced, but teachers really have to, because teachers are the one that provide the human touch. Teachers can see. AI got no eyes. AI tak nampak student tu faham ke tak faham ke dalam kelas, nampak tak? Kan? The AI cannot see, but the teacher can see. Kalau muka menganga, muka blank, mulut menganga, muka tu blank, then we know, okay, the students don't understand. And then we we go to the student, okay, what is it that you don't understand? And then if you ask the next student, they don't understand different things. You think that they don't understand the same things, but actually they don't understand different things. Okay, so I feel that you use AI to help you speed up your work and all that, but still for teaching, for character building, is the teachers. Okay? Jawab tak soalan tu? Okay.
Thank you for the great questions and answer. That's
Right.
awesome. Next, we're moving on to the next questions. The third questions, yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Ms. Jumani Fauzi. My name is Muhammad Yasar Ghazali. I am from Universitas Tanjung Pura from English Education Program.
All right.
So we know that AI is a good tool to help students' learning process. And we also know that there are many variations of AI out there that students can use. So may I know what is the best AI to be used to help the process of the learning? Because I am also a student and I need a recommendation of which AI is the best to help us to learn.
Okay.
Thank
Make
you.
sure you grow your actual intelligence, okay? All right. I can give you all the AIs that you can use, and there are so many. But I tend to gravitate towards Canva. Canva can do a lot of things now. And recently they just launched so many other features. You even have emails in Canva. They upgraded their videos. You can integrate polls, quiz, forms, they are data sheets, everything in Canva now. But I also still like ChatGPT. Some people say Gemini and ChatGPT, they one is better in this sense, one is better in the other sense. But I think it depends on your own preference, because each AI has its user interface, apa UI UX, and user experience. Okay, they give you different user experience. So it depends, but there are so many to choose from. Some people for research, they like DeepSeek. All right. I can tell you how many mistakes AI made. Okay. So don't simply take everything AI gives you. Okay. Because sometimes, like what I told Bapak principal tadi, guru besar tadi, I use it to shorten my work time, but it doesn't mean that I follow. And I double check whatever I put in. So sometimes I give it a text and then I say, okay, I want a quiz. I also check the answers, because sometimes they do give me wrong answers. I was like, no, this is not the answer. And then mula lah, my bad. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, AI can apologize and tell you that, okay, they did something wrong. And then ada yang I minta dia orang analyze satu video YouTube ni, dia analyze the wrong video. Give me content for another video, but actually I gave them a different video. And even after so many promptings, they didn't give me the right answer till the end. Sampai ke sudah jawapan untuk the video analysis tu tak betul. Okay, so that's why I say you have to be critical. You cannot just take everything that is given to you. Yes, there are many good AIs out there. Okay, recently I just used AI called Whiz. Okay, what is wonderful about Whiz is that it can help you generate images. And then after that, it can animate the images. So if you are a free user, you're not a premium user, you can animate up to 5 images a day. Imagine satu gambar yang static, tiba-tiba boleh, if you tell them animate this, make it to the text that you gave. Suddenly the picture that was static just now was marching or singing or waving or something. So really amazing what AI can do. And AI can also be used. So another one, just now, apa Veronica? Not just critical thinking is important. You punya foundation in agama is very important. If not, kan, you boleh guna AI tu untuk macam-macam benda yang tak patut digunakan. Okay? Benda yang halal dah jadi haram, You use it to scam. You know, sometimes you use somebody's face yang dia kata deep fake tu. Kan? You guna muka orang tu untuk cakap kat parents, abah, mak, you know, saya tak cukup duit. And then tengok bukan, it's just AI. You're using somebody's voice, somebody's face to scam people. So religion is also very important so that you don't do the wrong things. Okay? All right. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Okay. Next.
Next question.
Last. You see? I heard somebody say last. Yes, Ibu
Okay.
Benny.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Fauzi.
So the next questions, we're going to moving on to Mr.
Your Zoom, is it? Okay. Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Dr. Fauzi. I'm Assistant Professor Lindsay Ozaraga from the Philippines. And I have a question. Can you hear me very well?
Yeah, I hear you very
Yes,
well.
we can hear.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a question. I mean, considering the fact that we're heading towards digital era, and all of us are heading to that era, and majority of the ESL students use AI applications to generate sentences, paragraphs, and other information. I mean, most especially considering the fact that they are ESL students and they don't use English every day, and they have not acquired the English language in the later part of their lives. And so because of that, they have poor vocabulary of the English language, and that they really have to rely on AI applications. Now, my question is, when can you say that the use of AI has already gone beyond its limits and has already violated the AI ethics?
Okay. I got the context, but I didn't hear most of the question. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, I'm sorry, it's like this. When can we say that the use of AI has already gone beyond its limitation? Like, when can you say that that's already enough? It's already enough. Like, you've already used it too much and you've already violated AI ethics.
Okay. All right. The moment they answer your task completely using AI, for me, they are already violating AI. I mean, university ethics. Because,
Do we have a standard to follow? I mean, is there
Sorry?
a standard that we need to follow when using AI as an application for students, especially for students who who have not really acquired the English language fully?
Okay. I hope I heard your question correctly and I will be answering it correctly. Okay. So basically, you say, to what point is too much use of AI for students,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so for me, the moment they submit an assessment fully using AI, they have already violated, what do you call it? The university ethics. For me, you come to university, you come to learn. I say, treat my class like a driving school. You come to my class to learn to drive. At the end of my class, you can drive. So if you use AI to drive, and then I test you and you cannot drive, that means you have not learned anything in my class. Because, if you come to kindergarten to hold a pencil to write ABC, and then at the end of it, you cannot write ABC, then you have not learned. All right. So basically now what we want to do is we want to move them away from using AI blindly and mindlessly, just taking it. All right. So we have somehow now at our university, we are trying to integrate. Okay, you can use AI, but for research purposes. But if we detect any AI usage in the assessment, in the assignment that you submit to us, we will not accept that answer.
How many percent of AI use do you consider in your university?
Okay, I can't remember how many per se. And then even the use of AI, there are several uses for it because as I said just now, we ourselves, when we see the text, right, we can discern whether, this is fully AI generated or this is like partially AI generated, because some students, their grammar is bad, but they have the idea. So they use like Quillbot, they use like Hemingway, they use like certain AIs to help them draft the language better. So if we see that, okay, there are specific details in the task that we gave to them that AI cannot give, because AI's answer is somewhat lifeless and generic. Okay, so if they can provide the specific details, they can, because we try to tell them to use their own experience when they answer the questions that we give to them. So if it reflects that, and the AI is mainly used for, like some journals, they make you use what's that app? I cannot remember. But I remember for one of the journals, I had to use that app and submit the app report to show that I have used that app to fix my grammar, because basically they don't want to spend time fixing grammar. So they tell us, oh, writers, please use this app, fix your grammar before submitting to us. All right. So it depends on what exactly they're using the AI for. And if they are using the AI in which they learn from the application, I don't mind. And even for like presentations, right? We allow them to use the AI because we are not so much evaluating the content now. We're evaluating the delivery. So when they use the AI and they can memorize maybe or use good language, learn vocab from the AI, and then they deliver it well. So somehow they are still learning from the AI. So we are not so much now putting more points on the content, but we put more points on the delivery. There is some points for content because sometimes under pressure, when we are supposed to present A, B, C, D, E, and then in real-time presentation, we forget the C and we forget the E, we present half of the D. So in terms of marks, we do give a little bit for content, but not so much. More points are given on the delivery and the presentation style. Okay, so yeah. So it depends on what you want to do and how you want to evaluate to see, how much AI can be used, I would say. Okay, maybe we can discuss this later more.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Fauzi.
Thank you very much, Mr. And I think that is going to be the last of the questions for these sessions. Yeah, I'm so sorry for the participants. Maybe it's going to be for the next sessions with the second speaker.
Or you can come to me personally and just ask me the question. Yeah,
correct.
No worries.
Emails probably,
or
right?
Email. And my email was on the slide also just now.
Okay,
Alright.
so that is going to be the end of the first speaker sessions, that's very interesting topic. Yeah, because that's in this era, AI is very, very everyone. Yeah, that's right. So that's all for today for Dr. Jumani Fauzi. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Yeah. Please give applause for Dr. Jumani Fauzi. Next, we're going to moving on for the next speakers. The second speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the second speakers, it will be Mr. Uray Salam MCol PhD from University of Tanjung Pura. Mr. Uray Salam is a dedicated lecturer in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at University of Tanjung Pura, where he specialized in teaching how the technology is applied in educational context. As an educational researcher, Mr. Uray has focused in his scholar work on exploring and integrations of technology in education, examining how digital tools and innovative approaches can enhance teaching and learning experience. Please welcome Mr. Uray Salam PhD. Yes, Mr. Uray.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, how are you today? Nice. It's nice. Let's talk about AI again. Okay, bisa di- can I just stand here there? Yeah, I just want to walk. All right. Ibu Dr. Wan Jumani already talks about AI. Now, I also like to talk about AI in different angle. Because I heard that Ibu Jumani said that we can we can use AI in different way. My focus today is a little bit different. Yeah, how to use AI. This AI, my presentation focuses on how to use AI for writing. These topics, this is the third place that I talk about this. The first one, wait, I still need your help to make it next. All right, next please. Here. These topics is inspired or coming from my last work, my research. Yeah, I did this research when ChatGPT was introduced in the early 2023. I used ChatGPT to help me to teach my student to write in English. So I teach my student, I taught my student to use ChatGPT to write in English. So I did some little experimentation and this, I keep thinking about how to use ChatGPT. Now, as I said in the beginning, ya, seperti yang saya katakan tadi, ini sudah yang presentasi yang ketiga yang terinspirasi dari pekerjaan saya yang ini. Yang pertama kemarin ya, last week I did my workshop earlier last week ya. Saya adakan workshop training untuk dosen-dosen muda bagaimana menggunakan ChatGPT untuk to write academic writing. And then last Friday, last Saturday, yeah, I did my presentation, the second presentation in Makassar, in front of lecturers, yeah, around, talking about, as visiting scholars, talking about how to use ChatGPT to write, but still ethics in mind. Jadi bagaimana kita menggunakan ChatGPT, AI, tetapi tetap maintaining ethics. Kemudian, this is the third moment that I talk about this. I back plus mundur satu slide. Ini kalau yang kemarin saya bilang bagaimana how to write, kalau sekarang saya ethics-nya. Pertanyaan terbesar adalah apakah kita boleh menggunakan AI dalam hal ini adalah ChatGPT to help us right. Ya. Next. Lagi. Ah. Jadi di sini. Um, First, I think we have to know what ChatGPT is, how it works. Because by by knowing how ChatGPT works, then we hope that we can use it properly. ChatGPT is a machine. Machine is machine. ChatGPT is not human and is not going to replace human. So that's I think the keyword. Nah, oleh karena itu, jadi ChatGPT, we have to know once again the nature of it. Dia adalah generatif, dia adalah pre-train, dia adalah transformer. Ini kok ada ini ya. ChatGPT itu bisa memproduksi kalimat hampir tidak terbatas, unlimited. Meaning what I said unlimited because it can produce something, written work, unlimited, always new. When you ask ChatGPT twice, the answer must be different from the first and second. The difference is in terms of the wording, not the meaning. Nah, sebagai generatif, dia tuh tidak mau copy pasting. Kecuali kita minta copy pasting. So, for example, please rewrite this as first paragraph exactly as original. Misalkan seperti itu, maka dia copy pasting. Tetapi kalau please rewrite this paragraph, then ChatGPT will produce different version of that paragraph. And then we ask once again to rewrite it and we'll produce it. The paragraph will be produced again and again with the different one. G, P pre-trained, the ChatGPT is already infused with big data. Jadi ChatGPT itu sebuah mesin sudah disuntikkan dengan big data yang live. Kalau sekarang yang live. Jadi data kita yang ada di dunia maya itu yang di cloud semakin membengkak, semakin seperti itulah kekuatan ChatGPT. So ChatGPT will be updated almost in a single minute, ya, a single second even. Ya. Karena dia terkoneksi dengan alright. Jadi mana dia? Big data. Jadi pre-train. Dia disuntikan kemudian dengan teknologi deep learning dia seperti memahami apa itu data yang dia akses. Kemudian transformer itu adalah ChatGPT itu what's that? The technological foundation that gives the AI ability to understand the meaning. Saya kasih itu warna berbeda karena sebenarnya GPT tidak bisa understand. Tapi dia know the most probable words next after this. Jadi dia itu bekerja berdasarkan kata, bukan berdasarkan understanding. Here. Oops. Ya. Nah, dia berdasarkan data, sekali lagi, berdasarkan kata, bukan berdasarkan dia paham. Jadi ChatGPT sebenarnya tidak memahami apa yang kita katakan. Tetapi ChatGPT bisa memahami, mengetahui kata apa yang muncul setelah kata ini. Misalkan begini, I live in near the bank of Kapuas, misalkan ya, the bank river of the Kapuas. Maka kata bank di situ menjadi keywords bagi ChatGPT karena digandengkan dengan river. Jadi ChatGPT akan mengetahui bahwa itu pasti bank itu bukan monetary institution, tapi dia adalah river, ya, tepinya Sungai Kapuas. Jadi dia probable seperti itu. Nah, itu disuntikan dengan big data tadi yang sudah sangat huge, sangat big, ya. Dan itu yang sebabnya saya bilang almost unlimited. Jadi dia itu mengetahui apa saja karena dia terhubung dengan apa saja dan namanya mesin tidak ada istilah lupa. Jadi dia tidak lupa. Dia ditanya tentang ilmu yang sudah sangat lama, sepanjang datanya ada tersambung ke big data, maka dia bisa mengetahuinya. Nah, talking about writing, now we are talking about writing. So ChatGPT can use the vocabularies, kosakata apapun bisa dipakai oleh ChatGPT dengan model tadi probable, ya. Kemudian yang lebih canggih lagi, ChatGPT itu juga menggunakan ilmu LLMs, ya, large language model, to make the sentences, the language produced by ChatGPT become very natural. Karena ChatGPT bisa mengadopsi kalimat-kalimat yang dipakai oleh manusia. Therefore, it is becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish between text produced by human and text produced by advanced AI models like ChatGPT. Jadi kalau seandainya kita menulis kalimat seindah apapun, itu sebenarnya sudah di-copy oleh modelnya sudah di-copy oleh ChatGPT. Kemudian ketika kita recall, maka dia bisa memproduce. If we use the instruction atau disebut dengan prompt, itu to produce the kalimat, the sentences, and the ChatGPT or AI will be able to produce those very similar, the humans language produced by humans. Nah, itulah sebabnya juga, therefore, there is no reason to reject ChatGPT. Tidak ada alasan. Karena memang hampir semua bahasa sudah diklaim oleh ChatGPT, oleh AI, maksud saya. AI generative. I mean like this, ya. If we produce the language and then we want someone help us to fix, for example, the grammar mistakes, the technical writing, and then our friends will help us to fix it. And then if we ask ChatGPT instead of the human, and ChatGPT will do the same thing. Ini sama. Now, why the AI detector still happens? Kenapa misalkan banyak jurnal masih menggunakan Turnitin atau authenticates to detect the manuscripts, whether the manuscript is written using AI or human. Nah, sebenarnya hal itu sudah sangat sulit, saya katakan tadi, sangat sulit dilakukan, tetapi memang masih ada. Pertanyaannya bagaimana sih sebenarnya AI itu bisa mendeteksinya? Nah, mendeteksinya itu melalui 3, biasanya 2. Nah, yang terakhir itu cryptographic automaking, itu the very new advancement, baru saat ini terjadi hal seperti itu. Apa atau perplexity? Perplexity itu predictability, itu yang saya bilang tadi. AI bisa mempredik setelah kata ini kata apa. Setelah kalimat ini pasti kalimat model seperti ini. Nah, dia menjadi very natural because AI generative like ChatGPT has huge data. So almost every single model of how to express your ideas already recorded and already stored in corpus or in any other big data models, ya. Jadi semuanya. Jadi misalkan sekarang kita sedang live-nya langsung ke YouTube. YouTube-nya itu pasti merekam sudah. Jadi semua yang saya katakan dengan Bu Jumani juga tadi sudah katakan, itu sudah masuk ke dalam big data. Jadi semua model yang saya katakan ini sudah diserap oleh tadi LLMs, ya, large language model. Nah, itu yang pertama, predictivity. Burstiness, maksud saya begini, kalau AI itu bisa mempredik, kalau seandainya tulisan itu terlalu gampang dipredik, maka itu pasti tulisan AI. Karena terlalu gampang dipredik. Jadi tulisan manusia unpredictable, tulisan mesin predictable. The predictability-nya itu tinggi. Nah, the second one, burstiness. Burstiness juga sama. Variation. Mana yang lebih bervariasi? Manusia atau mesin? Manusia. Jadi kalaulah kalimat itu sangat bervariasi, itu dipastikan dinilai sebagai produk buatan manusia. Seperti saya ini, you know, sometimes I use this, sometimes I use another thing. Kemudian sometimes I use full sentence, sometimes I just half sentence, just phrase, words, and so on like that. Ya. Nah, kalau kalimat seperti yang saya katakan ini, itu pasti hanya manusia yang bisa melakukannya. AI tidak bisa. Karena AI selalu dengan teori. Karena teori basicnya itu kan NLP, Natural Language Processing. Yang mana kalimat itu harus subjek, predikat, bla bla bla, dan selanjutnya full stop. Tidak bisa AI itu bikin cuman setengah kalimat. No, tidak ada dalam rumus AI seperti itu. Nah, kalau seandainya ada kalimat yang terlalu perfect, ada tulisan yang sangat perfect, that's very suspicious. Sangat mencurigakan. Itu adalah milik AI. Nah, ini yang ketiga nih. Ini yang saya bilang the new advancement. Google, OpenAI sekarang sedang mengembangkan teknologi yang disebut dengan cryptographic watermarking. Mereka secara sembunyi-sembunyi setiap kata itu di watermarking oleh Google. Jadi nanti semua yang kita pakai itu kalau menggunakan AI sudah ada watermarknya. Tapi we don't know. Ya, because that's only can be detected using also AI application. Untuk sementara, ya. Tetapi kalau menurut saya, what's the point? Why? Maka, why we bother to detect whether it is written by AI or by humans? Writing is to express your ideas. You know? It is very okay if you have ideas and then you ask your friend to write for you, right? Or, for example, like a newspaper industry, there always the manager. Siapa misalkan yang paling bertanggung jawab dengan berita ini? Tapi yang nulisnya siapa? Tetap yang ngatur ide itu adalah apa namanya istilah editor atau apalah ya di dalam perusahaan newspaper atau koran. Ada someone who are responsible for the ideas. Tapi yang menulisnya ramai. It's very similar mechanism. So, writing is actually expressing ideas, sending you messages. So the main goal is to achieve understandability. So if you're writing your own writing does not really secure the understandability. So I think it is very logic we use tools. Ya. Nah, maka di situ saya katakan use whatever tool to secure the message, but still maintain originality from human. So original is from human. Here, this is the mechanism. Understanding the nature of AI, how AI is really working, how AI really we have to understand how AI really help us, the way AI help us. And then understanding what we need. Kita harus mengetahui apa sebenarnya yang ingin kita katakan, kita ingin sampaikan. Nah, habis itu barulah prompt engineering. We try to create the prompt that really match with our need. Sehingga ChatGPT atau other AI machine, AI generative bot, itu bisa help us to produce exactly what we need. Ini yang saya bilang tadi, saya beberapa waktu lalu mengadakan training just to do this. Ya. Bagaimana really how we ask ChatGPT ya to avoid ya replacing human. Makanya setelah kita prompt engineering masih diperlukan wajib bahkan human review. So to keep to secure or to what's that? What's that? We really want to make sure that original thinking is from us, not from machine. Ya, walaupun machine mungkin express something much better, tetapi original thinking masih punya kita. Nah, barulah final writing. Alright, now this is a few tricks sebenarnya ya, cara-cara kita untuk menghindari plagiarism, how we avoid plagiat ya from using AI. Nah, semuanya di sini the keyword adalah the author are fully responsible for the content and interpretation. This really the I took this from many sources, yeah, from many sources, but the main idea is the original idea belong to human, not from machine. And in fact, machine does not have the capability to have the ideas. So the AI generative is the tool to regenerate, to re-express what we have in our mind. Kemudian next itu sama sebenarnya ya. In the age of AI, generative academic integrity should no longer be defined by who writes the sentences, but by who owns the idea. This is, I think, the highlights. Ya, makanya therefore today many prominent publisher welcome AI writing. Ya, termasuk ya tadi publikasi di saya di Routledge itu kan. Itu saya menggunakan dari awal sampai akhir penulisan saya itu menggunakan ChatGPT. Tetapi saya tidak minta ChatGPT to write ideas. I ask ChatGPT to help me express my ideas. I control the flow of ideas. I am a turn here and there. Yeah. This is my authority because the idea is mine, not ChatGPT's ideas. All right, now this is I give you some of example ya. Aturan dari publisher yang besar itu semuanya membolehkan AI. Ya. Bahkan Elsevier itu the author use generative AI integrated. This should only be used to improve. Jadi tidak ada istilah tidak boleh menggunakan ini, tidak ada. Dia cuma bilang harus digunakan untuk ya express the readability. Bahkan Sheikh bilang, you are not required to disclose the use of AI. Tak perlulah kau bilang kau pakai AI atau tidak. Nah, gitu kira-kira. Jadi, what you have to really secure is that the ideas is yours. Yeah. And then Tyler, and so on, and so on. Yes, Springer. You can the use of LMM, large language model, purposes does not need to be declared. Nah, di Springer juga begitu. Anda tidak perlu memberitahu kami Anda menggunakan AI atau bukan. Alright, now this is the end of my slides. So AI detector not to detect writing, but to detect ideas. Thank you.
Please, let's give big applause for Mr. Urai-san for the great presentation. So as we can conclude from Mr. Urai-san PhD presentation is the first, I can predict the words, what's going to be the next. And human is variative, which is unpredictable. The main important things in using AI is how we keep maintaining our originality of our ideas. So AI, it's only to help us generate, regenerate, re-express our ideas. Yeah. Now we're moving on to the next session, which is Q&A session. So the participants, if you have any more clarifications, ideas about AI, ChatGPT, you may ask some questions. Let's group 3 or in online and here. Is there any questions? You can raise your hand and tell your name. So. Or the previous participants want to ask as well, you can ask the questions. Yes, please. You may stand up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Let's start from Miss in the back. You can stand up first.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Hilaria Weni. I'm a principal in a school, junior high school. It is a small school in a village, 4 hours from here. It's quite far, yeah. Okay, my question is, we know that some months ago, our government had delivered about presidential instruction number 7, 2025. It is a policy that encourage the use of educational technology in school. And now, some weeks ago, we had the schools in our regency, Landak Regency, had received the interactive learning media like digital TV. Now, in one hand, we are as teachers, I'm a principal, very happy knowing this policy. But on the other hand, we are worried because one of the teacher here, also my teacher, had told me that some students answered questions. I think it is homework, and by using AI. Yes. By using AI. Now, my question is how we, as a teacher, balance the use of AI in schools, especially maybe in writing, especially for English lesson, I think, English subject. That's my questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry. All right, thank you for the question. Very good question. But I think the question is very close to Ibu Wan Jumani material. Yeah. But I try to answer. Yeah. AI. What I'm presenting is the use of AI for writing, and specifically how to help us write. Yeah. Now, but when we talk about the use of AI in general education, it's very different topics. I mean, like this, yeah. What we worry today, the use of AI will reduce our critical thinking, yeah, our character. It promotes like cheating and so on, like that's what exactly what already Dr. Wan Jumani already presents. This is very true, yeah. I mean, even though what I'm saying is without data, but I suspicious if we ask our students, yeah, to use AI without teaching them how to use AI. I am teaching my students, yeah. I encourage my students to use AI, but I do not only encourage them to use AI, but I also teach them how to use AI properly. Because AI is very, attracting, interesting, and really, I don't know how to say in English, sangat apa ya, tempting, menggoda kita untuk malas berpikir. Ya. Tapi I keep telling to my student that, are you going to be replaced by machine? Now, a machine is for you here to help you learn. The way we learn have to be renovated. We have to upgrade the way we learn with our intelligent assistants. Jadi kalau maksud saya begini, saya bilang, saya tidak terlalu khawatir dengan content knowledge because it is much easier now to master content knowledge because you can easily ask ChatGPT to recall some information. But, it is in the near future, when you really live in real life, yeah, the skill is not to recall content knowledge, but more on your creativity. Now, the creativity and your soft skill is now very important. Misalkan begini, dia tahu karena gampang ditanya dengan ChatGPT atau AI yang lain, ya. Tentang misalkan definisi, tentang jawaban ini dan itu, tentang penjelasan ini dan itu. Tetapi dia tidak tahu bagaimana cara menjelaskannya. Berarti sekarang yang perlu ditrain itu adalah bagaimana menjelaskannya. Makanya saya misalkan UTS kemarin, my class, I don't give them quizzes or essay our question, no. Saya minta mereka, I create the more complex questions, but I want them to create the video to explain, the things become my targets according to the course. Kemudian saya minta mereka untuk menguploadnya ke YouTube channel mereka, so that I can see how they can, kalau dia membaca kelihatan benar dia membaca. Kalau dia tidak membaca, maka dia akan jelas sekali penguasaan dia. So as teacher, we need to teach our student how to use AI properly. Jadi AI become empowering learning, not to empowering cheating. AI to empower engagement, tetapi tidak to replace human. Nah, itu yang harus kita pikirkan sebagai guru. Penggunaan AI in education once again is really challenge the teacher right now not to use traditional way of teaching, not to use the traditional, the common way we ask our student to do the things, ya. Karena dia punya asisten yang super. I think that's what I can say.
Okay, I got your point, sir. It means that students are allowed to use AI, but they have to master their answers if they find it on GPT, and they have to take responsibility by having what's the ability to explain what they got from AI.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, for the questions, and Mr. Orasam for the great answer. Because of the time, I'm terribly sorry. That's gonna be for the last question, yeah, and the last session for the sessions too, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, give applause for Mr. Orasam. Yes, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Jumani Binti Fauzi and Dr. Uray Salam, PhD, for the great excellent presentations and to all of your active participations and engaging questions. So let's give both our speakers one final round of applause, everyone. Thank you very much. That's the end of the first session. That's all from me. Now let's give it back to Ibu Dini, please.
Thank you very much to our moderator. Give applause for our moderator. All right, and we would like to invite Ibu Dr. Wan Jumani to come again to the stage because we have something special to give you. FKIP Untan will give you a token of appreciation. Give applause once again to our first speaker. And we want to invite Bapak Dr. Basri to give the souvenir to Ibu Dr. Wan. Kami juga mengundang Bapak Uray Salam sebagai pembicara kedua untuk foto bersama setelah berian souvenir. Oke, foto bersama dulu ya dengan Ibu Speaker ya. Give round of applause for our plenary speakers. Dari sesi pertama bisa kita simpulkan untuk menggunakan AI secara bijaksana, gunakanlah AI sebagai asisten untuk membantu manusia, bukan pengganti pemikiran manusia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the second session, and this session will be led by Bapak Chandra Fauzi MPD, who has actively published his scientific papers in several reputable journals. With his strong academic background, I believe this second session will inspire you even more. Please note for you to pay attention that our speakers for this session will be joining us online by Zoom. Despite the virtual format, we really hope that this session will remain interactive and engaging for all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome the moderator for this session, Bapak Chandra Fauzi.
Kak Talino Bajolamin Kak Saruga Basengat Kak Jubata. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thanks once again to our keynote speakers and to all participants for such an engaging discussions in the first sessions. Now, as we now moving on the next part of our discussions, now allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Chandra Fauzi, MPD. I am a new lecturer at English Language Education Study Program. And it is a privilege for me to be the moderator for session 2 and session 3. Okay, to briefly remind the keynote speakers, in the next session, session 2, we'll have 2 speakers. And then afterwards, we'll have a discussion and questions. And then followed by session 3, and we'll have a special speakers from very far away. And afterwards, we'll have question and answer sessions. And last but not least, each speaker is scheduled for 10 minutes. To make the best use of our time, probably we'll only facilitate 2 questions in each discussion sessions. Right. Our first presenter in session 2 is from the Philippines, Assistant Professor Lindsay M. Ozaraga from Mindanao State University, Maigo College of Education, Science and Technology, Philippines. Professor Ozaraga, you're kindly invited to deliver your presentations in 10 minutes.
Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Hello, Mr. Ozaraga. Please wait a moment. We're still trying to connect you to the live screen at the moment.
Okay, no problem. Take your time. Thank you so much.
Okay, your audio is very clear. Yeah.
Thank you. So this
Okay,
is
once
only
again, Professor Ozaraga, the screen is yours.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to discuss about the cross-cultural dialogue and intercultural competence. And I'm going to make my discussion as fast as I can.
Excuse me, Mr. Ozaraga. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Please wait for a moment.
All right. Okay.
Can you please plug off your yeah, can you please use your laptop speaker instead? Because
okay.
It's like the audio is not audible to the audience in the back.
How about this one? Am I?
Yes, that is much better. Okay, please take the time. The screen is yours.
All right. So good morning, everyone. My topic is about cross-cultural dialogue and intercultural competence. All right. So you know that in today's globalized world, being able to talk and work comfortably with people from different culture is very important. So when we say cross-cultural dialogue, we're talking about open and respectful conversations between people who come from different cultural backgrounds. And when we talk about intercultural competence, we mean the knowledge, attitudes, and skills that help someone navigate those differences and interact actively. I mean, considering the fact that we're living in a setting where people have different cultural backgrounds, it's really important that we know how to communicate with them. We have to understand their culture and where they're coming from in order to avoid problems, in order to not offend other people and to avoid conflicts. Because the world is actually so interconnected. People and organizations constantly find themselves navigating cultural differences, whether in diplomacy, business, classrooms, community work, or even everyday conversations. And the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization describes intercultural dialogue as a process built on respect, empathy, and genuine willingness to understand another person's perspective. So when we engage in this kind of dialogue, we break down stereotypes, build trust, and avoid the misunderstandings that can easily escalate into bigger problems. Effective cultural communication also makes international cooperation much smoother, whether we're talking about trade, partnerships, or innovation. And when we face global challenges like climate change, pandemics, or large-scale migration, the ability to work across cultures becomes absolutely essential, because culture shapes how people interpret issues and how they respond. That's why developing both cultural communication skill and intercultural understanding are very important. So what gets in the way in multicultural settings? So we have miscommunication, different cultural styles, such as being more direct or more indirect, using silence differently or interpreting gestures differently, can actually create confusion or unintentionally offend someone. Like, for example, according to T. Hall, in his terms, we have the high context culture and the low context culture. The high context culture example of this countries that have high context culture are Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Everything they say is actually implied, something read between the lines. They're not really direct. Like, for example, if you say, you want to come to our house, people don't usually say, no, I don't want to come to your house. They will just give excuses maybe, or they will say it in a way that, the person inviting will not be hurt. But the low context type of culture, these are example of these countries are, the United States of America, Western countries. Most of them, like, they're very direct. When they say no, it's really a no. When they say yes, it's yes. And if you don't understand these things, you would have problems communicating with these people. And that's why these things should be understood. And then we also have assumptions. When we treat our own culture or cultural habits as normal and see others as strange or inferior, we end up keeping misunderstanding and misinformation alive. A helpful shift is moving from ethnocentrism. You know what is ethnocentrism is? Ethnocentrism is the belief that your culture is better than the culture of others, and that you see other culture as inferior culture, and that your culture is superior. That is ethnocentrism. But you have to move away from that to relativism. It's like understanding the different cultures, so that to avoid misunderstanding, to avoid problems and conflicts. And then we also have adaptation. This is one of the challenges. Like, when you navigate unfamiliar etiquette or traditions, like, it requires flexibility, which is challenging for individuals unfamiliar with diverse settings. So because I am only given 10 minutes, I am just going to summarize my presentation. So let's move to application in solving global challenges. So dialogue actually helps us make sure that communities who are often overlooked are finally heard. That can break down stereotypes and open the door to inclusion, because we have to include other people, because we have to accept the fact that people have different cultural identities. And then we also have, to understand that intercultural competence helps policymakers design programs that reflect diverse realities instead of forcing a one size fits all approach. and that strong relationships build through respectful dialogue, which increases trust and make fair treatment more possible. So we have, I need to go to building a better future so that I can make use of the time given to me. So promoting inclusive societies. So celebrating cultural diversity through storytelling, art heritage, and community activities help shift mindsets from seeing differences as problems to seeing them as strengths. It's important to remove systemic barriers so everyone, regardless of background, can participate meaningfully in society. Grassroots engagement matters, like when communities lead to the conversation, they build deeper mutual respect. Government, schools, and international organizations also play a major role in creating systems that embrace multicultural competencies. Education in intercultural competence. This is actually very important because we actually need to incorporate intercultural awareness into our education. We have to incorporate these things to the curricula that we have in our university in order for the students to be aware of how important intercultural competence is. So it's important that we have to encourage, empathy, active listening, and collaboration, because there are actually a lot of people, like, for example, if someone's still talking, other people interrupt. And that is something that's actually very rude to other culture. And it's something that we have also to understand, that we should never interrupt the people who are still talking. And then when we listen to someone talking, we don't formulate immediately formulate replies. We need to listen, we need to go deeper, and we need to understand where this person is coming from. And that's really important. Experiential learning, providing opportunities for cultural exchange programs or immersive aligned with sustainable development goals. So we have to sustain this kind of this concept to our and then of course we have the advocacy leadership. So I'm sorry, wait, I lost. Yeah, I'm sorry. Experiential learning, and then lifelong education, promoting continued exploration of intercultural competency across all walks of life. All right, so that ends my presentation. I hope that's already 10 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Lindsay. Thank you very much, Professor Lindsay, for your great presentations. Of course, discussions, sessions, Q&A. Do we have to carry on now for the Q&A or after the next presenters? All right, Professor Lindsay, we're going to carry on with the next speaker, Bapak Darmawansyah, PhD. Pak Darmawansyah, PhD, is actually from Indonesia. So let's invite the second speaker of the second session. So our next presenter is Dr. Darmawansyah, Assistant Professor at Providence University, Taiwan. Mr. Darmawansyah, PhD, you're kindly invited to deliver your presentations in 10 minutes. Now the screen is yours. Silakan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Trying to share my. Is it terrible? I mean, can you guys see my slide now?
Yes, very clear audio and very clear display. Can you make it into the full screen?
Okay.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Greetings from Taichung City, Taiwan. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum. My name is Darmawansyah. I am currently an assistant professor in the Global Foreign Language Education programs in Providence University, Taichung City, Taiwan. Um, a little bit about myself. So at this moment, I am a principal investigator and a research lab leader of one of the newly built research lab in my university. It's called Technology Enhanced Dialogical Reasoning. And I am also the editor in chief of one of the national journal in Indonesia, Sintan Satu. It's called Script Journal, Journal of Linguistic and English Teaching. So we just published our recent volume last week. So if you're interested, you can just go and probably you can take some screenshot and you can explore some of our recent publication in our journal. My research interest revolves around AI in education, the augmentation learning, technology enhanced learning, as well as the instructional design. So I would like to introduce you first with my research lab because I think that all of the talk I'm going to deliver to you today is based on what we have done in our research lab. So I will go with a different different perspective from the previous and all the speakers before me. I will focus on the practical and implication, the use of technology, because I've been observing in all of the audience, most of them are educators, practitioners. So I'm really glad to see you guys. And then I hope that you can get insightful session with me later on. So my research lab focus on the use of technology, basically advanced technology to enhance students' dialogue and argumentation skill. So we integrated several tools such as argumentation mapping, VR, XR, robotic, as well as the metaverse platforms. So our main focus in my research is we try to foster students' critical thinking, how they collaborate, not only just having a discussion, but they have a reasoning discussion forward. And we hope that by the end of the day, they have effective communication among students as well. So this is my framework, what we are doing now in my research lab. So basically our research or study are divided into three different themes. So we have a team that focus on the use of AI to enhance pedagogy. We have a team that focus on immersive learning environment. So we design and develop immersive learning environment. And we have a team that focus on employing social robots in the classroom. Now, these three things, I'm going to share you several studies that we have found and have been published in a good journal, for sure in Scopus Index and SSCI Index as well. So this is some of the paperwork that we have been published in 3 different part. AI enhanced pedagogy, immersive learning, and social robot. All of them are in a very top tier journal, and I hope that if you need these articles, you can contact me later on. I can send you all of our published recent articles that on the list here, or maybe another one if you're interested to another studies. Well, so I'm going to focus first on AI enhanced pedagogy. So in AI enhanced pedagogy, we try to we try to still keep the hype of the AI now, because I know that everyone's talking about AI from the first speaker until the end of the speaker. Everyone keeps stating about AI. Now we understand that we are in the hype now. Everyone are glorifying the use of AI, but how did we use in our research lab? So if you see the recent publication in Scopus Index journals, you will see that the massive or the peak of the number of studies mentioning about the use of AI in the classroom. So we, in my research lab, we started by having a systematic review. So because most of my students, they are language learning students. So we focus on how we focus on collecting some recent articles that we try to make a systematic review approach. So we try to see how exactly the main focus on using AI in language education. And it's published in 2021, I think. And then how we did that, so we do the Prisma. That's the same thing. This is a similar thing that we did every time in Prisma. And then we integrate with technology model like this. And then we found that so far, most of the articles that published in Scopus Index Journal, they focus on writing, right? But we see that there is a gap here, that the speaking it's a bit of fewer than the rest of the other skill. So our mindset after we got the research gap like this, now we focus on the speaking skill for our future direction conducting the studies. So the first study, one of the study that we did, that we integrate in AI that supported the GFCA learning model to enhance students' role play performances. I think that if you're a language learner, if you're a language teacher, I bet that you love asking your students to perform a role play in front of the class, right? So what about if we use AI to help the students to perform role play in front of the class? And that will be interesting. And that's actually the main idea of this research. So what we did, so we tried to reflect to one of the idea from Sato. Sato is the one professor from Brazil, and then he designed an idea how the students perform role play, but getting feedback not only from the teacher but also from the student. But in this case, we include another feedback, which is AI. So the students get the three feedback: AI feedback, students feedback, or peer feedback, as well as the teacher feedback. So we designed this learning model using AI to support the students when they're practicing and performing role play. So we conduct the research to 9 weeks, and what we found is that students are practicing AI, using AI in before they before they perform a role play and after they perform role play, and they can evaluate better of other peers' performances during the learning process. So we found that when the students use AI, their role performance are better, the speaking skill are enhanced, and as well as they can report more language errors in evaluation stage. So that's actually interesting to see how one of the learning approach, like a role play, using AI can help students to learn better. Now, the second study that I would like to share to you is that we use ChatGPT to support students having collaboration in performing argumentation. So this is one of my collaboration study with Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur in Samarinda. We did it last year, and we published last year as well. So what we did, so we designed a learning approach. We call it as a ChatGPT support collaborative argumentation. So we asked the students to explore the use of ChatGPT. We asked them how to create an effective prompt. Not only just, hey, I give you ChatGPT and you do it. No, we trained them to use how they can use ChatGPT is even better in the learning process. And when we use ChatGPT to help them when they're having a peer discussion, when they're having a group discussion, when they're having a half class discussion, and we move them to collaborative argumentation mapping online, and we ask them to have argumentation performance by the end of the day. Now, we found it very effective because we integrated not only the technology, but also we still keep the idea that, hey, we're gonna give you a worksheet, like we call it as a collaborative script. And also we give them another website that makes them to have a better writing process, better discussion process through online web-based learning. What we found, so let's say that this analysis, you will see that we have two different classes. One classes use ChatGPT, while another classes, they don't use ChatGPT at all. So in this part, we see that how the complexity of their learning. So, when you learn argumentation, it's not about the language that actually you learn, but how you can create a better argument. I mean, the element of argument, you have a claim, you have a counter argument, you have the evidence, you have the example. And that's actually we investigated in this study. Now, we found that ChatGPT can help the students to make their argument is complex, not the language, but the arguments is complex. Means that they learn how to create a better argumentation speech. They learn how to create a better argumentation writing for sure. And when we explore further, we found that actually the student who have intermediate English of level proficiency is actually can get a greater benefit of using AI comparing to those who have a high proficiency or who have a low proficiency. So when the student have an intermediate proficiency, that's actually the best students who can use ChatGPT to improve their argumentation skill. That's actually found on the study, which is very interesting. Now, I moved to immersive learning environment. So in immersive learning environment, we create several virtual reality content, and basically this is one of the example we do. I'm not sure whether you can hear or not, but that's fine. You can just watch on the screen. So we create a VR in the classroom, and then we use this VR. So the students create the VR based on SDGs theme or Sustainable Goals Development goal. So this is one of the example that the students created the VR in one of the classroom. Now at this moment, our team focus on using metaverse learning environment. So this is one of our initial study. We collaborate with Universitas Kristen Petra in Surabaya, and then we try to compare how the pre-service teacher, mahasiswa FKIP, design metaverse-based learning. One of them is a low immersive, and one of them is a high immersive metaverse. So we define these two different learning environment, immersive learning environment in this case. So what is low immersive metaverse? So basically, low immersive metaverse that the students can go inside, but it's still like animated like this, like a cartoon. But you play around by yourself, and then we embedded NPC AI non-player character that the students can explore to learn language, but not only learning language, they collaborate with each other. They ask AI when they're lost in our metaverse, and then we give them some problems that they have to solve the problem by the end of the day. Now, in high immersive metaverse, we define it as that not only the students inside of the metaverse, but it's more like reality beyond. It's more like a 3D avatars. Now, this is one of our project now. We collaborate with the University of Hong Kong University of Education. So if you see the student here, and then when they, when she moved the hand, and then the avatar also moved its head as well. So it's more real in the in the metaverse environment. So we create several tasks of the student. There is a real-time chat. There is a behavior and emotion, and then this is one of the student. And if they click this task, and then they will like an arrow to go to the the learning tasks over there. So we are currently progressing. We're currently focused on these two type of metaverse, and then we hope that we can produce more studies of using this digital platform for sure. Now move to my social robotics. So this is also one of the interesting part of our research lab. One of the published paper using robot is we published about how the robot based low stake assessment of helping students, elementary school students, to perform oral presentation. So what we did. So what we did first, that we tried to integrate a Bloom taxonomy. I think everybody knows Bloom taxonomy, am I right? So this Bloom taxonomy, instead of just creating into like a worksheet or something else, we make the activity, students' activity with the robot, into several low-stake assessment. So what is low-stake assessment, by the way? So a low-stake assessment is quite different than high-stake. If you know about UTS or UAS or TOEFL tests or any kind of test that makes you feel nervous, that's a high stake assessment. But low stake, it's a contrast. In contrast, so low stake means that we try to create a test that even students did not realize. Oh, the teacher just gave me an exam. They didn't realize that, but because they feel like, oh, it's just a simple task, it's just for fun, and we try to design a Bloom taxonomy as our model, and we design our multiple low-stake assessment activities using robot for elementary school students. So we designed the robots like this. This is our cute robots. We brought the cute robots to our class, and then this is an example that we did. So we introduced one of the cute robots in one of elementary school in Taiwan, and then they perform main activities by using multiple low-stake assessment. For example, like they have like one by one quizzes with the robot. The robot will give them some question, and they have to answer, and then they have to make the robots to move and to sing, to dance, so anything that they can do. So we create the level of their thinking from Bloom taxonomy to create a low-stake assessment. So we conduct the experiment for until 8 weeks, and what we found that when these students using robots to help them in oral presentation, their presentation is better. Their learning attitude, remember, elementary school students are, this is a challenge for the teacher here, right? Sometimes this is, to keep the students behave what we're expecting in a classroom, it's really challenging for elementary school students. But when we use robot in a classroom, their learning attitude is even better. So when they give us the reflective writing, we gain a lot of learning satisfaction perception from the student, and they believe that by collaborating with their friends, with their peers, and robot are essential for thinking skill. That's actually we got, because in this study, the final one in the study is actually the student, two students, and the robot. They present together in front of the class in English. Remember, we are in Taiwan. We use EFL, similar like in Indonesia, and you know how hard the elementary school students to speak English in front of the class. So when we give them a robot to study together and to give a speech together, the language performance is even better. And that's actually we found the utmost the most benefit that we found here. So far, the second one I would like to share to you is that at this moment we have an industrial academic research collaboration. So we work together with one of educational technology company in Taiwan to create a T-robot to teach the students bilingual education or language learning and computational thinking. I know that at this moment in Ministry of Education Indonesia, they are now required students to learn coding and computational thinking. Am I right? And we hope that this robot will help the students to not only learning the coding and computational thinking, but they can learn to a language, especially English and other languages that we are providing in the robot. So this is an example that what we have done now. So we give a training to teachers to use our robot, the student as well. The robot is pretty simple actually. You just need the card to move them because the card you just need to scan the card. I think I'm going to show you this one. This is one example that we did in our class. So you scan the robot into the card, and then you move the robot on the board, and the robot can speak, the robot can move based on your instruction. And then those cards are basically the idea of coding. The card that we gave to them, it's the idea of coding. So they have to create the movement of the robot using their coding thinking or computational thinking, and then the robot will speak. They can record their voice, and they can move the robot best they own. That's what we're doing to do. We design a storytelling using the robot. So not only they learn the language, they learn how to code the robot, and they learn how to practice their creative thinking, problem solving, collaboration, and then a self-persistent. Now, this is one of the interesting about our current project in my lab. And then for your information, we are now trying to design this robot in the Indonesian version. So I hope that by speaking now, I hope that we can talk more about that one, and we hope that next year we can bring this robot in Indonesian version. We can bring to high school, elementary school, or even all K-12 and higher education in Indonesia for next year. We hope so. So for me, as an educational technology researcher and scholars, developing new AI or other advanced technology is not the main focus of my research. Mostly, I use something that has been conducted with other university. Some of computer science program, they're really good in development, right? And let's ask them to work together and collaborate together with us, because we are not a developer. We are the instructional designer. We are the one that, as a teacher, we are the one that use the technology, not the one who design the technology. So if you, the future direction for educational technology research, I think, is that how you employ technology to provide a personalized support or guidance to the student. That's, I think, the most important. And how we can use technology or other technology to help the teacher to better manage their class. And another thing that you have technology, now we have an idea for the teacher to integrate technology with the pedagogical learning that they have learned and have a well experienced when they handling their class. Or you can integrate technology with the inquiry-based learning or concept mapping that everybody knows that theory. Now you do it with technology. That's actually our main focus on educational technology research. So because we have so many teachers here, and I'm really appreciate that the host invite many teachers. So what I think, if you're a teacher and you would try to use technology in your classroom, I think the first thing you have to do is you have to do reflection. What's something missing in your classroom? If you need technology, then you need it. It does necessary that all the class you have to need technology. I don't glorify technology, but I use technology in the best possible way in my classroom. So you have to identify your teaching or learning issues. When you get the learning issues or teaching issues, and then you seek some help probably from a professor or from any scholars in expertise in technology, and you share the issues, and these scholars can give you an idea what kind of technology to use. So you have to read current issues or studies that employing AI in any advanced technology. And then by that, after you got technology, now you design your learning model by supporting technology in the best possible way. That's actually, I think, the best way for you as educators or teachers to perform and using technology in your classroom. Now, this is my final one. So I went to Philippines last year to attend one of the international conference there, and they invite professor from Melbourne University, is Dragon Pacific. Now, Dragon Pacific say like this, that in the future, it's not only about AI to be empowered by this skill, but I think that the human that use AI need to be having the skill how to use AI. That's actually the simple idea. So when we try to develop a combination of a human and AI interaction, we need the human to have a skill first. So I'm open the course in my program. It's called AI in Education for the whole semester. What we did for the half semester, we only learned how to make a prompt, because prompting is not easy. Prompting is hard, and that's challenging. So I think that as a professor in this particular field, so we need to train our students to be an expert to use AI before they use AI, right? Because why? Because if we don't provide those things and they become lazy, they just use AI and nothing happened. So how you do as a teacher that you have to create scaffolding. You have to try to use scaffolding on the use of AI. I mean, like before you ask the students, hey, this is AI, do it. As a teacher, we have to decide something to make them interesting to use AI, and we have to teach them how to use AI in effectively way. So to do this one, of course, we need a more and longer process of studies. So we need to integrate a more and more scaffolding with AI support so we can see which one is better for our student and of course benefit for us as a scholars and as a teacher. So I think that's the end of my speech. If you have further correspondence or having collaborative opportunity with me, you can take a screenshot of my email and website, and I hope that you have a very insightful session with me. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to moderator. Thank you.
Right, let's give a big round of applause for the second speaker of the second sessions. Thank you very much. What an insightful and exciting sharings, yeah, from the two speakers. Now I open up Q&A sessions. If there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hands, and I will select the questions that can be delivered to the presenters. Any questions from the floors? So the first presenter, Assistant Professor Lindsay, he was talking about inner culture in language learning, while Mr. Darmawan, PhD, he was talking about AI in English language learning in Taiwan, Taiwanese context, yeah, and some other key findings from Mr. Darmawan was about how to utilize AI in the classroom, where students can actually use the technology to achieve high skill and empowered AI skills. Once again, I invite the floors. to post questions or comments for both of the keynote speakers today. Silakan. Maybe from the chat in the online meeting, is there any questions from the online audience? Can we please check if there are questions from the chat? Yes, please hand the mic to Mr. Silakan, perkenalkan diri dulu. Bapak, please stand up so that the speaker can see you.
Mr. Salam. Thank you, Mr. My name Anton from Malawi. Yeah. Hello, Malawi. How are you today?
Silakan, Pak Anton.
Okay. Grateful for your presentation. Yeah. Nice to hear. And my son study in Taiwan too, in Tamkang University. Yeah. His
Nice to
name
know.
his name Justus. My son now study in Tamkang University, Faculty of Computer Science. Yeah. My question is, how is the Taiwan Ministry of Education integrating artificial intelligence, yeah, into the national curriculum? Yeah. For my duty is headmaster of senior high school in Semansa Nangapino. I want to relate it, the combination between curriculum Indonesian and Taiwan. Okay. Right? Right, please. Okay. The second is, what strategic, ya. Banyak benar tensesnya ya. Are being implemented to ensure equitable access to AI port learning tools for all Taiwan students, including those in rural areas. Thank you your attention. See you.
Thank you, Mr. Anton. Let's go straight to the speaker. So the questions were given to Mr. Darmawan. The first question is, what is the Ministry of Education's or any ministry ruling on the AI integrations in educational curriculum? That is the first question. And the second question is, in Taiwanese context, how you and other educators there ensure that learners can get equitable access to AI and also educations. Is that the questions? Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Darmawan.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Bapak. Thank you very much for telling me that your son is here. Such a blast, and we hope that more Indonesian students can come to Taiwan to study, to pursue their degree. Based on your first question, so MOE or Ministry of Education in Taiwan are really encouraging us to use AI. I have to tell you, all courses in Taiwan must and are required to use AI. Not only for computer science program, even for language learning, So imagine, like, for example, you teach a student in your, let's say, in grammar class. The teacher must use AI. They learn this, in a communication class, the teacher and the professor must use AI. That is a requirement. So we have to emphasize in our syllabus how we're gonna use AI and how we're gonna implement it, how gonna we report it, and how the students can still keep the ethical on use AI. So Taiwan are really concerned of the use of AI, and we try to make our students to be familiar of AI, not only AI, for all advanced technologies that we're trying to embrace in the future, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's actually our jobs to make them ready on that one. So that's actually one of the answer. Now, how we integrate into curriculum? We have policy part. We have like the surat from the ministry, that how we use and how we implement AI and other technologies in the classroom. Not only from ministry, we also can get the instruction from the educational bureau in every provinces. For example, in West Kalimantan, you have Dinas Pendidikan, for example. We have policy from Dinas Pendidikan how to use AI in the classroom. Even university level, we have the policy. So every educational institution in Taiwan, they are encouraging the students to use AI and other technologies in the classroom. And as a teacher as well, we provide syllabus. We have to emphasize the use of AI and technology in our classroom. No matter what your topic is. No matter you learn about culture, you teach about culture, you teach about language, you teach about social, PPKN or something else, it is a must to use AI. That's actually I would like to share to you. Now, for the second question, it's really interesting to see how actually the rural and the urban students can use and employ and I don't know, can integrate the technology. I have just one article they published this year that we integrate augmented reality for those students who living in near of the mountainous area in Taiwan, which is very perkampungan in Taiwan, a rural area in Taiwan. So what we did, usually in Taiwan education system, that if the student failed in the topic, we have to give them a summer class. So while the other students are having holiday, they have to come to the class and for a couple of weeks, and they have to focus on to achieve the standard of the score. That's actually the curriculum told us to do so. In the traditional approach, usually in 2 weeks, the student who failed in their class, they will just come to the school, and then the teacher will just give them a lecture. But what we did, no, we brought augmented reality. We make them like a competition between other. They have to do some cooperative learning strategy by approaching to the games, language learning, and so on so forth. And we found that when we use technology, even advanced technology in a rural area, it increased the student learning performances. But let me tell you another how we can successfully do that in Taiwan. In Taiwan, we have a policy that one tablet, one student, not only for students who living in the big city like where I'm from now, in Taipei or in Taichung, but also for those students who live in the rural area, they have their own tablet. And that tablet are storage in the school. So they can just use the tablet if the teacher asks them to use that. Okay, so this type of learning activity by supporting by technology are really we got the help from Ministry of Education, because Ministry of Education emphasized us that every student needs a devices in the classroom, no matter what where they're living at. That's why I think Taiwan is a bit successful as a technology mindset of society, because by the end of from the beginning, from their kindergarten, from their elementary school they have been embrace technology in their learning class or in the classroom in the learning process. That's what I'm telling to you. Thank you, Pak. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's pretty much it from Mr. Dharmawansha. Yeah. Two questions has just been answered. Maybe we can take one more questions before we carry on to the next sessions. Okay, so tadi sudah bapak-bapak ya. Now I think, ladies first. Okay, maybe from the back. Okay, ladies at the back, silakan. Can someone please hand over the mic?
Okay.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Mega Cantik Putri Aditya. Okay, uh, this maybe simple question. When it comes to AI in relation to culture study and the art, especially, what are your thoughts on maintaining the credibility of creativity and originality? Thank you.
Okay, so to make sure I catch your question correctly, so you were asking about how to make sure. Could you
Yes.
please rephrase the question?
Okay. What are your talk on maintaining the credibility of creativity and originality,
Okay.
especially for the arts and culture study?
Okay, so
Thank
this
you.
question is for Mr. Lindsay or Mr. Darmawan? Both of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Darmawan and Mr. Lindsay. So the question was in the storms, in the storms era of AI, how do we make sure or ensure that we can maintain the originality and also the creativity of our learners? Because it might be very challenging to differentiate which one is original, whether it is originally creative or it is superficial. Please, maybe from Mr. Lindsay first. You would like to respond to that question?
Good morning, everyone. Actually, my topic was about cross-cultural cross-cultural communication, but I know a little about AI, the use of AI, because majority of my students are actually using AI as well. I actually encourage my student to use AI, but I don't allow them to use AI entirely. They have to use AI. What is this? Like with limitations. They can actually use AI as a tool for them to to help them improve their English communication skill, because AI actually generates sentences, it generates words, it generates even unfamiliar words. And I ask my students, like every time they encounter words that AI generates, they have to refer that to the dictionary, get the meaning of that word, and then after getting the meaning of that word, they have to use that in sentences and apply them in their everyday communication encounter in order for them to, like, of course, improve their English communication skill. But regarding the question, how to what is this, make sure that we can maintain the originality and the creativity of the learners, I think we have a lot of applications that will identify if a certain article or a certain essay is actually generated by AI. We have AI detectors, and these detectors can actually tell how many percent of how many percent of words or sentences that AI generated from these articles or from these essays or from these written outputs. So the AI detectors can be a good tool for you to use to identify if this is AI generated. And here in the Philippines, we have this very powerful application that we actually use. Like, for example, if our students would submit their theses or your doctoral your dissertations, these papers will undergo the Turnitin, so that it will be they will be identified, and they will be checked if they are generated by AIs. And I think that's the most important thing that a university should also do to maintain originality. But of course, just like Dr. What I mentioned earlier, that students can actually just translate their ideas into English using AI, AI tools, and that's still original because the ideas come from them. But we just have to make sure that we do not allow AI to generate entirely for us, to generate all the information for us. Because if we do that, and if we allow AI, then that's a question of authenticity, and that's a question of originality. So we have to limit, and we should not, we should not violate the ethics of AI. And then we should have this, what you call, limitations on how to use AI. And just like what I mentioned earlier, I actually encourage my students to use AI because, AI is a good tool. It can be a teacher that will help them, improve their sentence construction, their vocabulary, because, one thing is certain, vocabulary is the key to fluency. Because if a person lacks vocabulary, the person cannot speak very fluently and accurately. Because the person will think of an appropriate word to use, like groping in the dark, looking for words to say. But when you have enough vocabulary, words will just come out from your mouth naturally. And that's the good thing about AI, because AI provides words that that we can use in our everyday communication encounter. I hope that answers the question that the audience asked earlier. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you for the response, Mr. Lindsay. Now, Mr. Darmawan, would you like to respond to the same questions? Let me repeat the question. The
No, you
question
don't have
was,
I clear. It's clear. Understand.
in the context, maybe I didn't bring the context. The context was especially in arts and also some other creative designs. Yeah, how to ensure that as educators we can maintain those things. Because now AI can generate everything. Yeah.
Sorry.
Two things actually what I did. Well, let's forget about all the policy from the government or anything else. That's I would like to share what I did in my class. In all of my class, regardless the topic of the courses I've been teaching. So the first thing I need to do is that acknowledgement. So in my class, acknowledging the use of AI are necessary. I don't ask the student, hey, don't use AI for this essay or for this any project that you did for in my class. No. I even encourage them to use AI. But when you use AI, you have to acknowledge by the end of your paperwork. For example, give your simple acknowledgement. For example, like you can ask the students to write like this, or during the preparation of this essay or this project, the author or I use ChatGPT or Gemini in order to assist with revision and language style. So they have to make clear what kind of AI they use, what type of AI help them, whether they're for proofreading, whether for language style, whether for revision, and so on and so forth. They have to mention it in acknowledgement. That's a thing we have to teach the student to use it. All right. I mean, I don't mind if they use AI, but they have to say thank you to AI by acknowledging the work that AI assisted. That's the first thing I need. Not only the students, I did the same thing. In the first day in my courses, when I give them syllabus, I use AI and I acknowledge the use of AI in my syllabus. I say that, oh, during the preparation of this syllabus, I use Gemini, I use ChatGPT for my language because I'm not a native speaker. So I need to, make my English better using AI for sure. So not only students use AI, but I think the teacher should reflect from their work. We cannot just ask the student, hey, following the ethics, but you don't follow the ethics. I think that's a bad example, I think. Oh, this is the first. That example of course in art and project. Actually this week we have educational technology fair in Taiwan, and all the companies are sharing the new technology in education, education field. And then one of the thing that I just got from yesterday is that now one of technology create like AI generated arts. So the students can just drawing a bad picture and that becomes beautiful using AI. And I can show you some pictures later on if you ask me to do that. But the thing that we found here that your project or the task that you have to do is not just a general task. You have to make it to students to create even better. Something that AI-based art cannot do that. For example, emotion. When you ask the AI to create there's emotional value in your art, I think that one it will possible to do that, or some particular that connect human to human emotional thing. I think that's not happening in AI now, and that in this part AI still lost with the human being. All right. So as a teacher in arts and culture, you have to ensure that your instruction should be do some systematic thinking of skill. So you cannot just give ask students, hey, now your task is designing a picture of a mountains or Kapuas river or something, but you have to make a detail of things. That's something that if they use AI, it will be a bit challenging to follow your instruction. You know what I'm saying? So a detail of instruction, which is more comprehensive, will help you to battle the use of AI as an entirely final project of the student. I hope it can answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Darmawan and Mr. Lindsay. I hope their answers provide insights and also motivations for us to continue using AI. Now I give back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Bapak Chandra Fauzi, for moderating the second session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to the third session. Our speaker for this session will also be joining us virtually through Zoom. We hope this online format will allow us to continue learning and connecting across borders. Once again, Bapak Chandra Fauzi will moderate the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give round big applause for Bapak Chandra Fauzi.
Okay, thanks a lot, moderator, and especially the audience. I hope you can stay until the last session. Yeah, we still have one speaker. Let's welcome Mrs. Carla Cristina Villarinho Quiros, PhD from Angola. Dr. Quiros is an executive board director at Academia BAI SAESP in Angola. Her academic background includes a PhD in higher education from Queen's University Belfast, and her work centers on higher educations, management in teaching and learning, and institutional development. Now let's welcome Mrs. Quiros. You're kindly invited to deliver your presentations within 10 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I think, can you hear me?
Yes, your voice is very audible, very clear.
Can you also see my slides?
Yes.
Can you visualize it?
Yeah.
Can I put in the, is it okay? Good morning, everyone. I guess it's a good afternoon for you. It's very early in the morning in my country. It's 5 o'clock. And I've been listening to the previous panel that was so enlightening, speaking about artificial intelligence. And I'll change a bit of the topic. I'll speak about curriculum innovation and how curricular innovation is helping us through sustainable learning in some of African countries and helping especially in Angola through our advancing education for future generations across our continent. The structure of my presentation will be a bit of a conceptual framework on curricular innovation and sustainable learning. But I'll discuss a bit of some of our contextual challenges, particularly on Angola experiences that the work we do, and the strategies and a bit of case experiences and case studies we're doing, and a few conclusions of the work we're doing. It's important to consider as an introduction to this work that education and learning will not be achieved, to the maximum extent of it, if curriculum is not relevant to the demands of our new times. We're living in a society of all these intelligence, artificial intelligence, new internet challenges, new developments with technology demands, and education has to follow and especially curriculum has to follow the challenges and the technology that is improving in the last days more and more. So curricular innovation plays an important role in improving the effectiveness of education and also improving the learning systems as such. So in one way, technology will improve education, but education will have to improve technology. So it's a two ways, it's by a two ways dynamic process. So there is a need for curriculum to be relevant in one side and also to be responsive to social, to economic, and to the technological changes that are being operating in our societies. So conceptually, curricular innovation is driving our societies through a process that is developing and implementing new and creative ideas, new approaches, new methods that will help improving the outcomes and learning outcomes in our schools, in our universities, and making better alignments with societal workplace needs, especially expectation needs and demands from the workplace. So curricular innovation in that sense will bring more effective learning approach, and that will also prepare students to face as well future challenges and make possibilities for society to be developing a meaningful learning environment to all participants in the whole, in one side, corporative organizations, in the other side, academies and private and public organizations will make in a dialogue that will be relevant. So curricular innovation will include in that sense integrating technology, for example, artificial intelligence or virtual reality that most of countries very developed like Japan or you or Indonesia, you have very good examples of that. Or using pedagogical methods like flipped classrooms or gamification, or even examples that we've been using, contemporary issues, climate change, digital literacy, for example, that are extremely relevant for some society. For some of societies, this is quite obvious, everything that I'm talking about. But in some contexts where we live, we face many challenges. And because of those challenges, this reality is still coming very slowly. In the other side, I mean, if we just bring the difference between the concept of curricular innovation and the difference with sustainable learning. Curriculum innovation in one side gives us, for example, adapting educational content. It helps us driving competency-based learning, the use of digital tools, and helps us local relevance and cultural sensitivity. On the other side, sustainable learning principles will align us for lifelong learning, helping us environmental and social sustainability, helping us developing digital literacy and green skills, for example, with green schools or projects with environmental SDIs, ESDs, principles, etc., for sustainable development in society, and community-driven models that would be very, very relevant. Just to end this kind of bit of theoretical considerations, I look at Ira, Yant, and et al. Considerations of foundations of curricular innovation. We look at the philosophical foundation, the social, cultural foundation, as well as the knowledge, technology, and art foundation. the Community Needs Foundation and the Societal Foundation are the basis for any kind of curriculum innovation changes. And that we use especially for the context of Angola, where we're going now in higher education through a process of harmonization of higher education curriculum. We have more than 1,200 courses in higher education, and we end up having different courses that are not aligned with each other. So government decided to make it that we have to harmonize, and 70% of all delivered courses must be harmonized, and we have to all offer, universities offer courses that are 70% equal, uniform in the whole country. So I'm part of the group of institutions that are delivering and trying to organize such type of curriculums for the whole country. Main challenge we're facing in the process is, first of all, is we live in with a big challenge, that skills gap challenge. Okay, traditional curriculum do not align with competencies needed for modern 21st century jobs. So we have some courses or some schools, some kind of professions that we trying to train and develop that are really not aligned to jobs and that are required in society. We've been saying there are two big professions now considered the most important for societies. Maybe people who are now on intelligence, artificial intelligence, and people saying nurses will always be necessary for the world. So some say teachers will always be necessary, but some we are questioning some other professions how to train and competences are need to be in these people so they can be relevant for society. The other challenge we face is resource limitations, especially in our context, limited access to electricity, power cuts, schools with no electricity, internet access, limited access to internet, difficult access to laptops, to computers, or access to database information, or materials inhibits in general access to quality education, and also inhibits access to many different fields of knowledge and access to quality and differentiate equal education to all. On the other side, there is a need for more inclusive education. For example, people in rural, students and learners in rural areas or in peri-urban areas, not just in urban areas, especially in peri-urban areas, are lacking skills or lacking opportunities for better learning. On the other side, curriculum innovation urgency. There is innovative, adaptable, and sustainable learning models that are essential to meet evolving educational demands. So based on this context, we're trying to look at different case studies. We look at examples of even African countries that are doing well. For example, Rwanda, that is doing information, communication, and technology in education. And they integrate technology in classrooms. They promote a lot of digital literacy among students, smart schools, access to digital boards, digital smartphones and smart gadgets to students, and they give access to internet to students, and that has been improving access. This is questionable in one side. For example, Sweden is now questioning and returning students to the notebooks and to the paper work. But I think for some of our countries, we really need to get them more digitalized while also getting them to work with hands. But it's a discussion. We remove students from the paperwork, or we still and remove them from the computers. That's an academic discussion that is being taking place. How much of their time should be dedicated to the literacy, to the digital computers and so on, rather than to the field work and the hands-on type of work. For example, Kenya is doing well on competency-based curriculum, and they're doing practical work, creativity, learning-centered education approaches. And one good example for Angola, we're trying to learn a bit more with this African virtual university that is expanding virtual access for education through digital and online courses in Africa. Just towards my end, I'm finalizing a bit with Angola. In Angola, we as I said, we're doing curriculum modernization in one side with primary and secondary education. But my focus is being working on harmonization of curricula in higher education. So in one side, we're looking at emphasis on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects, and digital literacy, and more competency-based education to align with labor markets and involving professional bodies and working with professional groups from different types of professions and we created some kind of a group of more than 200 people that is being involved in the discussions around the different curriculums for the whole 400 courses that we are trying to harmonize. We're doing teacher training and capacity building, designing now those kind of more scale-up programs, improving teacher training qualification. Digital transformation is being a bit more slow on that. Trying to suggest to government to improve inclusive and sustainable education, so policies to increase access to rural and vulnerable populations, promotion of environmental education and sustainability concepts, and then strengthening, that's kind of a bit more challenging, technical and vocational training is being more challenging, but it's taking place. And I show here some photos. For example, this is Huawei, the big telephone company, which opened in Angola a few years ago, their technological center. And this technological center is developing big vocational training for Angolans in different fields, mostly for this capacity building for different centers. And this is also another Sinfotech, is another professional training center that has been implementing in lining of technical and vocational education as a main focus for development. So our suggestions and more main recommendations are that there is a need for more policy alignment. Governments and regional bodies must provide frameworks for supporting curricular innovation and educational reforms. There is a need for more investment in teacher training, building educators' capacity to adopt especially innovative teaching methods, and integrating technology as essential part of the kind of work, especially when they interact with learners. Technology integration, I mean, the use of affordable digital tools, improving especially connectivity. This is a kind of a structural change related to infrastructures, internet access, quality, electricity, etc. There is a need for better investments on improving the infrastructures, and then more investments on public-private partnerships. So business companies, private companies must have partnerships with government and have benefits and get benefits from government on how these partnerships should be aligned and mobilize resources, funding, expertise, even international partnerships that can be mobilized for improving innovation and partnership. This is mostly will build resilience towards our education systems and will build kind of more sustainable learning ecosystems towards our countries, and will improve the kind of work we've been doing at more local institutions and then at more regional levels. Thank you very much for your attention. These are some references from my work. And then thank you very much. We say in our language, obrigado, for your listen to my presentation. And bom dia. Thank you.
Let us appreciate the presentations from Mrs. Carla Cristina Quiros, PhD. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure our event today goes smoothly, we will limit the number of the questions from the floors. Now, silakan, if you have any questions. Okay. Okay, one question from, from my left side, yeah. Dengan Pak siapa? Boleh dikenalkan?
Okay, check. Okay. Good morning, Miss. My name is Rifai. I'm from Magister of Economic Education. So I have a question, but I will make sure my English is not good, but I'm trying to best. I have a question. We know the curriculum is often changed, and as an educator, we must adapt quickly, and including keeping up with technological growing up. So how can we achieve the inclusive and the equality of education, especially maybe in Africa and then Indonesia? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so to make sure Mrs. Carla catch your question correctly, Bang, what is your name again?
Rifai.
Rifai. So your question was about, because curriculum often changes and educators have to adapt quickly, how do we make sure, that everyone, in this context students, can get the same access to education? Is that your question?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that's the question, Mrs. Carla. So in the context of ever-changing curriculum and the need to adapt quickly to the changes, as educators, especially in higher educations, how do we ensure that our learners can get access of the same quality and opportunity to educations?
Okay. Oh, that's a very good question, but challenging question. I think curriculum doesn't change every day, which is good news, okay? A curriculum is a bit of, in some countries, curriculum stays stable for 5 years. Some curriculum reforms occurs every 10 years, okay? Normally, there's some kind of a stability, but the changes occurs mostly every day through the societal changes. So 5 years ago, society was different from what we have today. COVID was, before COVID, we had a world that was completely different from what we have now. And the changes we see today make the need for education to be organized in a way that we need to deliver education that is more adjusted for learners, based on the needs and demands of society nowadays. So in the sense that educational systems are made up by different stakeholders. It's government officials, is professors, teachers, is different, is even parents, mothers, fathers, educators. There are different actors. We all are part of delivering a curriculum in somehow. We are participators in delivering the education to people. So inclusive education are different sides of it. We can look at what we do in schools and what we do at homes, what we do at different type of areas. So how can we ensure that we deliver quality education at schools, for example, in primary schools? In our context is creating the needs, the necessary conditions that students stay in school. For example, have all meals, you know. One issue we have is students go to school with no food. Sometimes they have no meals. They go to school with no breakfast, and they stay in school till late with no meals. So schools need to address their biological needs as well. Schools need to address the needs of students for better intellectual comprehension of the content, mental development. Schools need to address conditions for material learning. For example, if we want learners to be developed with quality and skills, in our context, we need to provide schools with electricity, for example, with desks to sit. We still have schools with no desks, where students sit under the trees, for example, in some places in Africa. So those are some challenges that we play. So inclusive education talks about equity. Is not just looking at the better well people, the ones that have more and more money and have more access to more good schools and can pay private schools, but also having possibilities for the less the people with less opportunities. And that's where we all have to play a role in defending a better world for everyone that deserves a place in the world. Yeah, a good place. Through education, we're developing a world. Yeah, that's some of my contribution to this question.
Okay, thank you very much for the response, Mrs. Carla. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have just witnessed three performances, three presentations, from Assistant Professor Lindsay M. Ozaraga about intercultural, and also Mr. Dharmawansha, PhD from Taiwan, and last but not least, our keynote speaker was from Angola, Mrs. Carla Cristina Quiros, PhD. Once again, let's appreciate their sharings. Give a big round of applause for our keynote speakers today. Now, that concludes the sessions of the keynote speakers today. I'm truly honored to be part of this big event. I hand over the microphone to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Chandra Fauzi, to moderate the session. Give applause once again to Bapak Chandra Fauzi, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached to the end of our plenary session. And with that, we officially end our conference today. Thank you to all speakers, moderators, and participants for making today's program truly inspiring. The lunch now is served. You can enjoy your break, but we would like to wish the best of luck to all presenters in the upcoming paper presentation session. And to the audience, we hope that the next session continue to enrich your perspective. Enjoy your lunch and see you later. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Informasi terlebih dahulu untuk jam 1 bisa ke breakout rooms, nanti akan diarahkan langsung oleh moderator masing-masing. Kemudian barang bawaan jangan sampai ada yang tertinggal. Lalu untuk efisiensi dan ketertiban distribusi sertifikat, kami umumkan bahwa sertifikat pemakalah 2 dan sertifikat untuk peserta bisa diambil di meja registrasi. Mohon keluar lewat pintu sebelah sana untuk pemakalah 2 dan juga peserta. Sementara itu untuk pemakalah 1, sertifikat ada di breakout room masing-masing, bisa keluar melalui pintu sebelah sini. Oke, kemudian bisa menikmati makan siang yang sudah disiapkan oleh panitia. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa lagi tahun depan, insya Allah di EDUCULTECH. Bye-bye. Panitia nggak boleh kemana-mana, mau foto. Mari diabadikan dulu seragam cantiknya. Yuk, Bapak Ketua Panitia. Agar panitia silakan untuk para panitia. Yuk, ambil posisi yuk. Boleh kali ini kursinya kita geser-geser. Untuk panitia merangkap